Hey y'all. Sorry I'm a couple minutes late, but we're here. I hope you guys are doing great. What an interesting situation this continues to become. We're going to talk about some of the situations around it. We're going to talk about some of the creators that are reviewing this, my opinion on some of these people who are kind of back and forth playing the safe area, or so should you say. And we're going to dive in. We got a lot to talk about, so buckle up. Get your hard hats, your helmets, your waders ready to go. How are you guys today? How is everybody doing? How's your week been? Hey, BioBo. Hey, Haley. Chico. Chico, I'm sorry. You called and I was down. Well, I'll show you what I was doing. But I was saving a video and I could not answer my phone. I had my phone going, my laptop going, listening to Jay and then Lynn. I had stuff going every which way and I couldn't answer my phone. So I will call you back. I will, I promise. Hey, Monica. Hey, Janice in Accounting, Daddy's Baby Girl. Lindsay, Zoya, Lily, Revival, Ree, Catherine, Marcy, Amy, Petty Dragonfruit. Good to see you. Hey, Starlight, Deborah, Petunia, Kathleen, Kristen, Nana Banana, Happy Feet, Soul to Soul, Hippie, Chick. Deborah, yeah, she's giving a history lesson on Lana Oriani, who is a creator by the name of Truth and Transparency. That's what Breaking Chains Lynn is giving. And the reason she's giving a background of her is because Truth and Transparency, Lana has been covering this Lauren Matthias case. And she herself has used court systems against people, like, I think she said 19 times. I think there's been 19 different things that she's attempted with different creators. A lot of these people are really messy. Hey, Bob, how are you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Sheila. I don't know much about it either, though, Deborah. That was previous to my time. Alicia, Tara, ML, New England. Oh, congrats to your cousin. Hey, Grey Wolf. Angel Chips. Okay, Chico. Oh, I know if it's an emergency, you'll let me know. I was like, I came back into Jay's and I'm like, Chico, if you're still here, I can't answer the call. Hey, well, there's that. Hey, Kristen, Flo, Gina Cakes, Liberty Farmer. Yeah, a lot of these people are hot messes. Hey, Naomi. Yeah. Yeah, that's wild to me. Wild. Hey, keep it moving. Hey, Endless Blooms. Feisty Nana. Okay, so first and foremost, one of the things I keep hearing from so many people is that leave religion out of this. It doesn't have anything to do with religion. I don't know what you guys are smoking, but until you start realizing that faith manipulation is a technique and tool used by these true crime creators more often than not, y'all need, like, I don't know what the fuck to even say anymore to some of these people, because it's like religion has a huge part in this. And I'm sorry if you can't separate out your own personal, I'm so offended from the reality of the situation. But this is a huge, huge piece of mixed in with religion. First and foremost, Lauren is LDS. Lauren uses her LDS connections for information in the cases she covers. I guarantee if you went back 6 years and you could find her content, which I'm going to show you something, you will realize that she has used faith manipulation to garner relationships with victims and or others outside of the story all throughout. It is absolutely manipulation, and she has absolutely used it. When you are in cases, true crime cases, so this has aspects of every single thing. This has the true crime aspect because she's covered cases that a lot of people covered in-depthly, which is wild to me because the things you guys know about these cases seems invasive to me. But I guess, on YouTube, that's what they do. She has buddied herself up to victims and rode that little train for the last 6 years using her manipulation tactics. What I'm really afraid of is the fact that she has probably been collecting on a lot of these victims for a long time. She probably has a lot that might not be big deals to most people, but because there's this salacious true crime case that involves so many of these people, oh, it's juicy and it's salacious, but I guarantee she's got leverage over people's heads. I guarantee that she's got information on the victims or people that she's associated with that they don't want getting out. Sorry, it's what it is. So you've got so many areas here because Lauren talks about cults while she's in a cult. She uses that connection for her stories. There's a true crime aspect here. You've got people weaponizing the court systems. It's everything mixed in. You can't really just touch on one little side of it because it's so much more than just one little piece of it. But if you continue to come to me and say it doesn't have religion, I'm going to slap you through the computer. I'm going to take that little puffy hand and put it in a comment section to slap some of you. Wake up. This is what these creators have been doing and done and do all along. They use emotional manipulation, faith manipulation. They disguise themselves as true crime, ethical true crime creators. No. Sorry. Exactly, Kathy Four. That's exactly right. Some of these people need to wake the hell up. Wake up. It is wild. Oh, wait. Crush is in here. And Crusha, I should have done. Oh, yeah. I'm not surprised. I should have done a better introduction last night. See, I forget that a lot of the creators that I semi overlap with don't know like the cult side of things. That's how I met you. So I should have done better and pointed out to Burnt Toast who you were and what you do. And I didn't even think about it. I'm really sorry. I forget. She does local commentary. So she doesn't even understand like the cult pieces of it or the true crime piece. She don't do that kind of stuff. She does loco. So I should have done a better job of introducing you or pointing it out so both of you knew who the other one was. I'm sorry. Crusha, what I'm really worried about, I'll be honest, is that she is going to try and weaponize anything she has against your family. I really believe that. Hey, everybody coming in from Lynn's. Thank you, Lynn, for sending them over. Blondie, thank you for being a member for 5 months. I've given you 5 months of sleep streams. I'm so glad. Look at that. Aries, can we not? Can I convince you not to do that? Please? Can we not stand with any of these people? Can we be on the outside looking in and not pick sides. I mean, yes, what was done to Christina and what is being done, but I think when we find out more, I think there's probably going to be like a whole lot of like, yeah, we don't really stand with any of these people. Oh, I'm so sorry. Kresha, I actually had a conversation with one of my really good friends, one of my mods, and I told her I was concerned. I was like, I know Kresha was in there, and I said, but Kresha does her damn research, and if there's anything, Kresha will figure out exactly what's going on and will not, like, this will not go unnoticed in any way, shape, or form. I knew that all it would take was you to do your research to parse things out, and sooner or later you would. It's a lot though, because your family has been through a lot, and a lot of these creators got in with your family members, and you know exactly what they have used to get in with the family. And they've played all sides against the middle. They collect on the family members. These people, I'm sorry, this might offend some people, but Lauren Matthias, in my opinion, is not much different than Bullhorn Betty. She doesn't use a bullhorn and might not go to their homes, but she finds other ways and other avenues of getting in with the victims and being divisive about what she does and how she does it. Meanwhile, leveraging that connection with the victims. Okay, are you guys ready to go? Are you ready to go? And this is where it's also really interesting to me because Jay, every day with Jay for Justice, Jay knows the true crime industry. So she knows that industry in these cases. So I don't know the case as much, like all the details and stuff. I followed it mainly through the news media and then the cult pieces of it. I'm not as interested in the true crime pieces of it as I am with how they got here, what belief systems got them to this point to do this. That's the part for me that's interesting. So I lean more to the cult side of things with these cases, and others lean to like the every detail of the true crime, the case itself. I couldn't tell you all the details of that kind of stuff. Not at all. But it's really intriguing because you have a bunch of people who are walking this back and their different perspectives are amazing. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I can actually stand to hear old bead shock foolish far easier. Zoe, do you know why that is? They're not, I mean, I don't know exactly why that it's easier for yourself to hear it. They're not much different. I don't know if it's because people have this perception of Lauren built up in their head that she is better than BJ, but they're really not much different. Oh, absolutely real, Kels. I've been, Jay can tell you, I've been like a little bit giddy about it because of Jay has whole other pieces of it that I don't even know. So like she's helping me understand like the cases, the crime con part of it, like things like that that I've never even looked into. And there's so many pieces here. Yeah, I agree with that, Zodi. This kind of reminds me of Molly. If I'm being honest, Lauren isn't very far off from Molly. But let's dig in. Hey, Kathy P. I don't think it is, Ava. I don't think it is because I think if some of us would have watched Lauren a little bit closer, we would have noticed something. So we're going to take a little walk back in time, like you guys know I like to do, because I can't just sit there and be the typical asshole. And yes, I did promise you guys that we will be doing the whiteboard. We will, but there's just too much to get through. And I really feel like this is important to talk about. Okay, here we go. This is from the 9 hours. I'm going to walk it right here and explain to you guys why we're doing what we're doing because we got a little journey to go on.
I later, just so you know, one other aspect of this, months and months later, I did send Lindsay a cease and desist. I had heard that she had been saying some things that I consider defamation to several of my professional contacts. One text that was sent to me stated that I went psycho on her.
That's what I figured, Kresha. Your family has been through so much shit. And if you need anything, we are here for you always. That was one thing I was like, oh, she is up against. I know how much you like research and the facts. That is something that I've always really respected since I knew who you were. Plus, you're one of the only other ones that gets really giddy over Tim Ballard crash outs like I do. Anyways, but you do your research, and I knew that you would do that, and she would be shit up shit creek without a paddle.
And that I am manic, and other things from another creator that Lindsay was saying about me, things that were not true. I sent her that cease and desist and requested that simply she cease and desist about speaking about her time as my producer. I feel like this sets the stage for everything else to come.
I feel like this sets the stage. Tell me about setting the stage, because Lauren, you like to try and set the stage a lot.
When my life then becomes a living hell.
Oh.
For my entire family.
Oh, is that right?
So let's fast forward to April 9th, 2025. When my stalker confronts me in the Maricopa County courthouse.
Yeah, no, let's go further on, because I think it's interesting. This is where she starts talking about her Mormon Stories podcast. Now, I find this to be interesting.
Near Salt Lake City by chance. They respond, no, never have been. Hopefully one day. John asks, are you a follower of Mormon Stories podcast?
The way she redacted this is really interesting. So she removes and redacts the email address, but leaves the name, the full name. When Burnt Toast was showing this last night, I noticed this right off the bat. Hey, hello, Starlight. I'm doing it. Hello, Starlight. Straight to jail. Ankle monitor central. I hope you're doing well. It's redacted. So weird. Why would you take out the email address and leave the name?
Made you write me. And then we'll keep going and I'll drink. I can feel my...
Whose email address is it?
Sticky mail. Sorry, it's so gross. Oh, is this net? Okay. They write, I watch from time to time. I have enjoyed the episode that I have been able to watch. You have a great thing going. I think what you're doing is important. I wrote you because of the fact that you gave Lauren a platform. Oh,
Jay, I haven't been rebuked this week. I think we're on to something. I am the devil. The devil. According to BJ.
Oh, they wrote my professional person.
We're good now.
Professional contact because he chose to give me a platform. So
pay attention to what she's saying here.
Anyone that is giving me a platform.
Anyone that is giving me a platform.
Is getting emails about
me. All right.
Okay. Great. Good to know. Now I can't go on anyone's platform. Now I can't go on anyone if I don't want them to be harassed by these people.
Oh, you can't go on anyone's podcast, can you?
That are trying to ruin me.
Oh, people are trying to ruin you. Is that so? Seems to me you did plenty of interviews, and
I wrote you.
We'll show you one.
Because of the fact that you gave Lauren a platform. She's on high alert, and it was perfect timing for her to do your show and attempt to do damage control. Again, I don't know what from.
Again, we watched the Mormon Stories podcast, the first one. I adore John DeLynn. Lauren made that entire segment cringe as fuck.
I don't know what I need to.
But again, don't forget, we heard her flat out tell us in the Mormon discussion interview that she did that her agenda is evidence.
Do damage control fund. Don't allow her to take you down with her. And then Felicia Shields writes, good morning, John. Oh, so then John responds, I watched all of the TikTok videos, and he did. He told me he watched them all. The alligator.
Kresha, do you mind if I explain to my chat who you are? If anybody doesn't understand, or if you want to explain who you are. Some people don't realize your relationship to this entire situation.
seems super.
And if one of my mods could drop Crush's link too, she's got a channel, you guys. She's got a very good channel. She talks a lot about the cult stuff and the church doctrine and things of that nature. It's very interesting.
Super vague and a bit petty. Can you please tell me the main things Lauren has done wrong and provide any evidence
I can explain
that you can? Oh, that word
Who
evidence.
even are you?
I'd be so super grateful. I will not promote dangerous people, but I need details and evidence. And that TikTok
I also
channel,
posted her link in my community section last night because I realized people didn't know who Crusha was. So difficult research is Crusha. Crusha is the daughter of Kay, the aunt of JJ.
was weak on both. They didn't even mention Lauren's name. Please help. I want to do the right thing. Thanks, Felicia. John clarified that he was doing this for me.
Gotcha.
And I think he would want me to clarify that here. He didn't really think there was something, but he was pushing. Good morning, John. I can understand where you're coming from. Lauren's name is not mentioned. And there's reason for this. There are many in the true crime community that know without a doubt that
Girl, his eyebrows took me the hell out. The eyebrows that he drew on were
this stalker is speaking of Lauren. So there are many in the true crime community that have been told this is about me, that's TikTok. So if you guys haven't heard about it, allegedly the true crime community is learning about it. And they think this is fun, I guess, and normal and okay. I did recognize a few names following the TikTok. This is cool to them.
Lucy, I'm sure there's people talking about beach still. That's the hard thing I think a lot of people are having right now is understanding that if you like the beach content, sit by. This is just a bigger shit show. This has all the same things beach does, except on a way bigger scale. And it's been doing it for years. She has involved herself. She is the Bullhorn Betty, the BJ. She is everything they want to be. She has commingled and interjected herself in these cases, became a part of the cases, leveraged her relationship with these victims, expected blind loyalty from these victims when she was doing this. She has removed the victims from the limelight by making her so much more important, and she's being stalked. It is a shit show. There are a lot alike, and there's a lot of similarities that people might not be able to realize right now, but it's trust and believe this is headed that way.
They know that she is speaking of Lauren. The creator is being petty intentionally.
Petty intentionally, huh?
Keep watching her. She is going to continue to share more and more, so much more. Again, reach out to the other true crime YouTube content creators that have had interaction with Lauren. Reach out to journalists that have been the faces of cases that Lauren has worked for. On Lori Vallow Daybell case, the Delphi case, victims of cases. I don't know who they're talking about, by the way. Get the information because none of these people have come to me. You know, if you're a good journalist, by the way, and you've heard something, come ask me. I'm going to beg you guys to do that during this because I still don't know what I did. Get the information that you're looking for straight from those that Lauren has attempted to hurt. I wasn't going to name names, but I'm going to tell you to reach out to Nate Eaton of East Idaho News. I don't know why he's not listed there. I think Nate Eaton's an incredible journalist. I have always sourced him. I value him. He's done an exceptional job with every case he covers, and he is an incredible journalist. But they're being encouraged to reach out to him. I will leave.
Welcome to the cabana. Thanks for joining.
This with you. Ask Lauren to her face how well that she knows her assistant cameraman on her video of the phone pings in Yellowstone for the Lori Vallow Daybell case. He never did ask me that to my face, but you guys can ask me here on live YouTube. The cameraman on my phone ping video in Yellowstone is of my friend Brandon. He
if you noticed this entire 9 hours, she was very selective in who she pinned for comments, making sure she got Crush's comment, making sure she got Colby's comment.
on many cases for time with the defense in the Lori Bella Daybell case. He's a friend of mine and John's. Great guy. Incredible man. Incredible job he did.
And why is it even worth mentioning?
He was a source when he could be for me. Couldn't tell me everything.
Oh.
He really cares about the victims in this case.
Oh, really?
In the Daybell case. I'm not sure why that's an issue, except that I did hear that a content creator called a victim sort of imply that I was having an affair with him. So how well do I know that man who was my cameraman in the Yellowstone Ping videos? He's a great friend, a great guy, including to John. John loves him. And he was a source for us. That's it. I don't know what else there is to this.
Of course. Lauren never knows. She never knows what's going on. Okay, moving along. Just a reminder of that.
Forward.
There's just a few reminders before I take us a little back in time.
To the others that haven't come forward, please come forward and let me know. Please. Please.
Oh, let me back up.
She is calling torturous interference. She is calling my professional contacts.
I find it interesting. She said that she's contacting your professional contacts. Meanwhile, there has been no evidence that Christina was the one behind the email to John DeLynn.
And I have heard, thank you to the ones that have come forward. To the others that haven't come forward, please come forward and let me know. Please. Please. I've been canceled on a few shows. It's okay. Life moves on. So she has contacted the producer of a national news show, advising them not to work with me. She has called other colleagues of mine. And she has also approached victims of major crimes that I work for to tell them that I am not who I say I am. And those victims have told me so. Not all of them, some of them.
Oh.
She has become entirely obsessed with me, doing anything she can to make me feel unsafe and fearful. Again, coercive control, as well as intimidation.
Really? Such big words for a journalist to be using when they're weaponizing their audience. Let's move on one more time.
I agree. I saw randomly
skipping through just a few key points before we walk.
Thing in the comments, and I agree with. Nobody needs to go unsubscribe from anyone because of this live. That's not what this is about.
Oh, then what's it about?
I do not believe in cancel culture.
Oh.
I do not believe in public shaming.
You don't believe in public shaming, really?
I do not believe in punishment. I am here to protect myself and nothing else.
Okay. Well, what's really interesting to me is there's a few parts here. So I'm going to go to the Declaration of Christina. These are all, we'll go through these. I actually will read through them just like we did the Rico. Jay's been doing an excellent segment on reading through the documents, and she's doing part 2 tomorrow. We will probably start our own little wraparound with the documents, just the way I do with inserting videos like I'm going to do today with the declarations. Next week. There's just so much to unpack in this situation, and it's going to keep snowballing because the more we look, the more there is. So this is Christina's declaration in this case. So I, Christina, do by hereby state and declare as follows. Number 1, I am over the age of 18 and competent to testify in this matter. I have personal knowledge of the facts stated herein. I make this declaration in conjunction with the petition for civil stalking injunction filed by Lauren Matthias. Specifically, but without limitation, this declaration addresses the allegations contained in the Declaration of Grayson and its referenced herein. Declaration of Lauren Matthias, second declaration of Lauren Matthias, and the documents herein. Matthias, April 24. Matthias holds her out as an ex-reporter, journalist, and podcaster dealing primarily with true crime cases. Matthias is a public figure. She and her husband run a YouTube channel, Hidden True Crime, that has approximately 317,000 subs. Her Instagram account has over 20,000 followers, and her TikTok account has 56,000 followers. For several months, I communicated regularly with Matthias, and we became friends. Throughout that time period, I noticed certain red flags that suggested Matthias' credentials and public image were inaccurate. For example, Matthias would describe to me interpersonal problems with her friends and in-laws based on accusations of theft and fraud. Interpersonal problems with her friends and in-laws based on accusations of theft and fraud. Huh? Why would the in-laws? Why is there accusations from the in-laws and friends of theft and fraud? I also learned information that caused me to question Matthias's ethics in obtaining and handling confidential information. During this time period, multiple people expressed concern about Matthias's conduct. At approximately the same time I became friends with Matthias, I also became friends with Lindsay and Lori, who had been friends with Matthias for a year prior. I also became friends with other women who were acquaintances of Matthias, including Janice. I communicated with, traveled with, and was invited to events with Matthias from April 24 through the winter of 2024. Matthias also invited me to her house while I was on a work trip in Las Vegas, Nevada. Matthias also invited me and my family to her home to swim in her pool when we were driving from Utah to California. Matthias asked me to perform some graphic design work for her and or her husband's business, which I did at a significant discount given our friendship. By January 25, my friendship with Matthias was beginning to wane, and we communicated less frequently. I sent Matthias a final invoice in March of 2025 for the graphic design work. A copy of the invoice and correspondence related to my rate is expected to be offered in my defense as Exhibit D1. By at that point, I was no longer communicating on a regular basis with Lauren or spending time with her as a friend. April 9th, 2025, I saw Matthias at the courthouse in Maricopa County, Arizona, after Matthias called out to me to get my attention. Matthias ran towards me, calling my name with her arms out, signaling that she wanted a hug. While hugging Matthias, I stated that I had read some of the negative statements Matthias had made about me and others, and that I had seen evidence of her efforts to harm others in their businesses. Matthias insisted we talk right then and there, even though I was hesitant because Matthias appeared to be in an elevated fight, flight, freeze state. Matthias stated we needed to talk immediately because she wanted to be alone, and her assistant Grayson never leaves her side. During that conversation, Matthias acknowledged that some of the negative statements that I had seen were true, and they attempted to justify them. Because Matthias does not always accurately represent verbal conversations, I recorded the conversation. After our friendship ended, Matthias initiated repeated contact with me to make accusations I knew to be false and to demand I stop speaking about her, even with mutual acquaintances. After Matthias' initial contact, I exchanged several texts with her on April 21st through the 22nd, 2025, regarding her accusations and demands. The texts are expected to be offered as Defense Exhibit D2. Matthias blocked and unblocked me multiple times so that she could state her demands and accusations without allowing me any response. Who does that sound like? Block, unblock, block, unblock. Bait, switch, bait, switch. Sound kind of familiar, doesn't it? Matthias's last text to me were on April 22nd, 2025. It again made false accusations about my conduct and demanded that I refrain from speaking publicly about her. I have not initiated contact with Matthias since March 12th, 2025, when I contacted her for a referral for my neighbor. I have not communicated with Matthias directly or indirectly since April 21st, 2025. However, Matthias asked me in August 2025 things from one of our conversations, and I received an alert he had done so. Also, in June 2025, I traveled to Arizona to attend the Lori trial. I was in Arizona for only 24 hours. While seated between D and another friend in the waiting area, I saw Matthias wave at me in an attempt to engage. I ignored her and did not respond. This was another example of Matthias initiating contact with me, not the other way around. Grayson tried to call me twice on June 10th, 2025, but I did not answer or return her call. An image depicting the missed calls is expected to be offered in my defense as Exhibit D3. Now, I find that interesting because June 9th is the date that the Proton email goes out. So then Grayson is trying to contact all these people, I'm assuming on behalf of Lauren, on June 10th. Grayson also sent me a lengthy text message saying she felt sad that I had my feelings hurt and wanted to have a private conversation. I did not respond. A copy of these texts is expected to be offered in my defense as Exhibit D4. Since April of 2025, I have learned of multiple instances where Matthias has behaved strangely and obsessively toward my friends who are also former friends and acquaintances of Lauren. On April 11th, 2025, Matthias sent H a C&D letter containing numerous demands aimed at curbing H's speech. That C&D letter is expected to be offered as my defense, Exhibit D5. Notwithstanding the C&D letter, Matthias has taken purposeful steps to contact and communicate with H. H describes these in detail in her declaration submitted concurrently herewith. The Matthias declaration describes 2 alleged instances in Boise involving H, D, S, and others. I was in Europe when these occurred, and I learned about them only later. H, D, and S recount what occurred in their declarations submitted concurrently herewith. I have since received the Boise Police Department report, along with copies of the videos Matthias submitted to the Boise Police. Some of the videos were my posts online, even though I was not in Boise when the alleged incidents occurred. In the report, the officer stated that Matthias provided me with videos of 2 different incidents, including the incident at Bitter Creek Ale House. I did not see any intimidating or threatening behavior in the videos. At no point did I ask, encourage, or facilitate any of my friends or anyone else to contact Lauren. Indeed, a majority of instances, Matthias herself provoked the encounter with me, and in before April and recently at CrimeCon and my friends. Lauren and Grayson have engaged in a pattern of entering spaces where I already am, which we have seen. As is evident from Lauren and Grayson's declaration, Matthias' main issue is with public statements that I have allegedly made about Lauren. Lauren mischaracterizes many of these statements or describes them vaguely to misconstrue them or present them out of context. For example, Matthias alleges that I mocked a police officer when in fact I merely pointed out inaccuracies in what the officer told me, as is my right. A recording of my post is expected to be offered as my defense. Matthias omits any discussion of the context of that video, which was that I was contacted by the Henderson, Nevada Police Department after Matthias contacted police in June 2025 to report that I and others were sharing private communications we had with Matthias. I expect to offer in my defense a copy of the Henderson police report as Exhibit D7, in which the officer states that she did not find extortion. No text messages were intercepted, and Matthias' private messages were not hacked. That's a whole other piece of this. The Matthias declaration describes my public comments as targeted and aimed at trying to get people to identify who I am to come after me. This is not true. Matthias also alleges that I posted an emoji on a podcast she participated in to let people know I was watching. The podcast was live and open to public comments. As Matthias's declaration seems to acknowledge, and I did not post the emoji to communicate specifically with Matthias, but to sign in and participate in the public chat. An image of the emoji is expected to be offered in my defense as Exhibit D8. That's the one she posted on Mormon Stories podcast, the eyeballs that Lauren showed in her big 9-hour debut. As the Matthias declarations demonstrate, Matthias takes issue with public post about or her and any effort to investigate and or issues of public interest relating to this. Some of my content provides information bias to the public. My statements are not directed at Matthias, Grayson, or Matthias's family. I believe that Matthias' goal is to quash my efforts to investigate and report truth and exercise my free speech rights under the First Amendment. For example, Matthias often makes claims regarding her husband's credentials as a psychologist and adjunct professor at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. However, I learned that UNLV has no record of Matthias's husband serving as an adjunct professor, which Matthias appears to acknowledge in her declaration. I created a video discussing the issue and posted it for public information. I also believe that Matthias is attempting to prevent me from attending public events such as criminal proceedings and true crime conventions. I mean, we've kind of seen that. Matthias is attempting to use this action to further this goal. Through this action, Matthias had me removed from CrimeCon in Denver, Colorado on the weekend starting September 5th, 2025. I purchased my ticket in June of 2024 for approximately $1,800. At the time, I was regularly in communication with friends with Matthias. She was aware that I purchased the ticket and she had no plans to attend. As recently as June 2025, H overheard Grayson tell a friend that Matthias said she did not have any plans to attend CrimeCon. Unbeknownst to me, HD and S, Matthias changed her mind and attended CrimeCon, knowing that I would be in attendance with HD and S. I learned later that Matthias announced her plans publicly on a live stream. A video of the announcement is expected to be offered in my defense as Exhibit D9. Matthias was not a speaker and did not have a booth at CrimeCon. She purchased a day pass, and CrimeCon was not a work event for Matthias, as she stated in her second declaration. I arrived in Denver for CrimeCon and checked into the hotel on September 3rd, 2025. On September 5th, 2025, I was headed to one of the CrimeCon panels and was approached by the police. The police gave me the temporary injunction and told me to remain in the hotel and not attend any of the CrimeCon events. The police told me specifically where I could go and could not go. The police explained to me that I was permitted to remain in the hotel and access all areas of the hotel, except that I was not allowed to go beyond the designated CrimeCon signage or into CrimeCon events. I asked about the hotel bar, and they told me I could be there so long as it was not the CrimeCon convention and I was not approaching within 500 feet of Matthias. The audio of this conversation is expected to be offered in my defense, Exhibit D10. That night, I was in the hotel bar taking picture for H of her employer. Prior to arriving at the bar, one of my friends confirmed that Matthias was not in the bar. After being in the bar for several hours, a friend notified me that Matthias had entered the bar. I immediately wrapped up what I was doing and left. I did not intentionally stand close to Matthias or Grayson, as Matthias alleged in the second declaration. Rather, they entered my space, which has been proven. On September 6, 2025, I was again in the bar at the hotel's restaurant when Matthias appeared because she wanted to come to the bar. She called the police and had me removed from the bar. During my conversation with police, Matthias and Grayson walked right by us, which is inconsistent with her claim that she was afraid of me. In other words, after serving me an order that prevented me from being within 500 feet of her, Matthias purposely entered the space to force an encounter, just as she had done the prior day, and to H, following the C and D. On September 7th, 2025, I was having lunch in one of the hotel restaurants. I left with another individual, Joe Blank, and walked across the center courtyard between restaurants. I saw Matthias and immediately left the area with D. At no point did I attempt to approach or communicate with Matthias. The same weekend as CrimeCon, I posted 3 videos that I had created long before receiving the temporary injunction. The videos are not posted to a targeted account, as Matthias claims, nor were they directed at Matthias, and were not threatening, defamatory, or harassing. I did not believe the injunction restricted my ability to post public commentary. I have never threatened or caused anyone to threaten Matthias, her husband, or her coworkers. During that time, sorry, I'm lighting my same cigarette. If you don't, you know, the rumor on this smoke 330 cigarettes during a live stream. We might hit 420 today. It's 420 or close to. During that time, I was friends with Matthias. I observed and learned many things about Matthias's mental and emotional health. I personally observed observed signs that Matthias was anxious, depressed, and otherwise mentally and emotionally unwell. This leads me to question many of the statements Matthias makes regarding her mental and emotional health in the Matthias declarations, or at a minimum, the cause of the mental and emotional health problems. Similarly, the Grayson declaration claims that Grayson needed anxiety medication to manage the effects I was causing, when I know from personal interactions with Grayson that she had received mental health treatment, including medication, well before the issues alleged in the Grayson declaration. I did not cause, nor is it reasonable for Matthias or Grayson to claim I caused any of the issues they allege simply by exercising my freedom of speech and addressing the public about matters of public interest. I am not obsessed with Matthias as she claims. I've simply responded when she has involved me or when she has made false or misleading public statements. I believe that Matthias is singularly fixated on preventing me from engaging in public discourse regarding any information about or even related to Matthias that Matthias deems hurtful or harmful. You're probably going, Becky, what is all this? Just wait. None of my public posts show Matthias's face, use her name, or encourage others to contact her. I express my opinion on matters of public concern and my interest and of interest to my subscribers, followers, and friends. Lauren and Grayson have both engaged in conduct towards me, HDS, and others that strongly contradicts their testimony, such as reaching out to me by phone and taking purposeful steps to put herself in the same location and physical proximity with us. Matthias's public posts also contradict her and Grayson's testimony that Matthias and Grayson have experienced fear or emotional distress. For example, while Matthias' declarations state that she was incapacitated by fear for months, she was actively creating, publishing, and promoting content on podcasts and social media during that same time period. Matthias has published live content over 100 times since April 9th, 2025. She has posted hundreds of pre-recorded videos and or podcast episodes during the same time period across various platforms she uses. On July 6, 2025, Matthias and her husband posted a hidden true crime podcast called Cults and Conformity, in which they discuss a variety of topics, including interpersonal relationships, the nature of cults and communities, family dynamics, conformity, cyberbullying, and AI regulation. Multiple times in the episode, Matthias mentions how she has always liked chaos, though not necessarily the kind of chaos that hurts people. Matthias also described how she does not like conformity, and for that reason, many people do not like her. Matthias' husband casually mentioned that their company had experienced growing pains due to negative interactions with the public. The episode contains no indication that Matthias was afraid, distressed, or panicking, which directly contradicts Matthias and Grayson's testimony that they were unable to function in daily life and that this situation has persisted for 4 months. It also contradicts Grayson's testimony that Matthias's husband, a licensed psychologist, purportedly the very next morning confided in Grayson that Matthias was suicidal and rocking in her bed just hours after posting the episode. Around the same time, Matthias also appeared on an episode of the Mormon Stories podcast where she shared her thoughts and personal details about her life. Again, this contradicts Matthias's and Grayson's testimony that she was living in fear and unable to function. Instead, it illustrates how Matthias is using this proceeding to attempt to quash legitimate public discourse on topics and issues that she has spoken about in various media. More recently, on August 2nd, 2025, Matthias appeared on the Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo podcast, where she announced that she would attend CrimeCon and discussed numerous other topics. To date, the episode has over 12,000 views and approximately 250 comments. I declare under the penalty of perjury, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we heard that she was canceled.
Canceled on a few shows. Okay. But
We've heard was living in so much that she couldn't get it together, that she canceled from so different shows that after what happened with John DeLynn, she couldn't go on any more shows. Well, how does that explain you going on Mormon discussion? If all of this had ruined your professional relationships, see, your own movements contradict what you were doing, because you sure did go on other shows. In fact, it's right here. Let's take a look at it. I do not know this creator. I don't think, again, that she is involved with any of the background of this, but this is the Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo podcast that Lauren announced her CrimeCon venture August 2nd. So July 2nd, she goes on Mormon Stories podcast to film. It drops the 14th and the 16th of July. August 2nd, she goes on this podcast to talk to this woman. And then on the 13th of August, she goes on Mormon discussion. 3, well, she's so afraid for her life.
Friends, we clutch our pearls and laugh.
Do any of you know this podcaster? She seems wonderful. I mean, she seems another very nice woman.
You guys, can you believe this? Oh my God. Okay. I am trying not to freak out. Lauren Matthias from Hidden True Crime is here. Hi, Lauren. Hi. Welcome to Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo.
Hey, Kathy. Thank you. Oh,
Chico, is it going in and out again? Do I need to reshare? Do you guys want me to reshare it? That's what I've thought so, Nikki. I thought she was probably really great. Yeah, again, she has gone on, and again, it has nothing to do with these creators, so please do not mention like anything negative about these creators. I think Lauren just used these people to the agenda was evidence. The agenda was evidence. So I don't see anything problematic with her. She seems very lovely from what I've seen, but I wanted to listen to this podcast.
my goodness, I was flattered. I didn't think you'd ever ask. I'm so happy to be here. And I think I just started the stream out with a cough. I apologize. And it's not the one cough. I spent 3 days making fun of John and his man cold only to get really sick, and as you know, karma. So
Isn't that always the way? Isn't that always?
right.
But you've had such a week. Like, I don't know how you're not just laid up in bed forever. There's been so many cases and verdicts and travel and all this stuff. Victim impact statements. You've been all over.
Guys, if my audio goes in and out, just let me know. I can switch things up if I need to. I can reset things if I need to. Ugh, it's too much. I have missed Fancy Pants. I have gone over bits and pieces of it. Not in a long time, though. It's been like 2 years.
Back home finally?
I'm finally home. I have been all over and got sick.
The date of this is from, and it's linked in the description, August 2nd. This is Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Her name is Kathy. Is the podcast from August 2nd.
So yeah, I did post something late last night that matters to me, the Devil's Den full backstory. Yeah, posted that late last night, and now I am taking the weekend off. Well, I say that, but actually there might be something tonight. But other than that, I'm taking the weekend off. And I wanted to be here with you, Kathy, because I thought you'd never ask.
Oh my gosh.
You have one of my favorite channels. You do for us what we all need. And I always say this on my channel, like, sometimes you do just have to be able to laugh about these things, or else you go crazy. You know, law enforcement, oftentimes people will catch them on body cam footage, like laughing during a crime scene, which I don't blame them at all. They are surviving, you know, doing what they do. And I think that you are such a wonderful place for us to all be able to be like,
it's available. The Mormon Stories podcast is still available. It's right here. It's under the video section. So if you go to Mormon Stories podcast, the videos, somebody said this last night too, and I want to just make sure I show people where to find it. They're right here. Here's part 1 and part 2. They're still available. Part 1 and part 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy Waffles is an idiot. Thank you.
Wait.
You know?
I wore my Eggo shirt today.
Yeah.
I was like, it's in here somewhere. I gotta find my Eggo waffle shirt for Lauren.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you know what's funny? Like, I don't talk about what, because I have a regular desk job, like out in the real world, and I don't talk about it very much on here because it sort of doesn't go with this exactly. But everybody at work knows I
Oh
do.
my gosh, there's just so much to unpack with that, Krusha. The crash out that is happening and the swinging he is doing. Oof. I didn't know that. I'll have to catch up on that.
Do true crime, and also I work in like a death adjacent business, like post-death services.
Oh wow.
So my entire team has like crazy gallows humor, so we talk about death all the time and crazy things. We've only had one murder, at work, which I guess is a good thing, but I'm like, I will investigate if we can't. If I'm not an investigator at all, but I'm just like, if we need an investigation done, then I'm your girl. But I can also find the ridiculous side of everything, which I think is needed, and it's kind of healthy.
I do think it's healthy. I do think it's needed. In fact, yeah, beware of people that don't have a sense of humor. That's what I say.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
Now, reminder, this is supposedly in the most fearful time of her life. Now, I'm going to play a clip from something that might sound familiar.
Coughing throughout the entire thing. But this contradicts Matthias's testimony that she was living in fear and unable to function.
She was reading Christina's declaration. Listen to this upcoming piece.
Instead, it illustrates how Matthias is using this proceeding to quash public discourse on topics that she has spoken about in various media. More recently, she appeared on Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Kathy, I forgot to mention to you, Kathy, you made it into my stalker's declaration.
Stalker?
I appeared on the Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo podcast where she announced that I was attending CrimeCon and discussed numerous other topics. That's 12,000 views, 250 comments. See the link. Still not sure what this matters. And then she actually doesn't explain why that matters.
Because you said that people had tarnished your reputation and that you weren't able to go on and have a professional context anymore. You'd been canceled from shows. You tried to tell us in that 9 hours that because of them reaching out to people that you were basically canceled from places. You couldn't go on shows anymore. And meanwhile, in this time frame of your life being so upside down, you were present on 3 that we know of outside of your own.
And then declares under penalty of perjury, and then it's signed. She doesn't actually even explain why it was important to share the.
I think because it shows that by showing up on other podcasts that you can't possibly be experiencing distress or anxiety or fear from what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, that's the argument. They're also like to pull out.
I actually feel even worse now that I didn't read my stalker's declaration, because I would love to have gotten Kathy subscribers. I love her channel by reading that she made it into my stalker's declaration. So
Come again. This was the 16th. She says that.
Declaration, because I would love to have gotten Kathy subscribers.
I would have loved to have gotten Kathy's subscribers.
I love her channel.
Love her channel. Love it.
By reading that she made it into my stalker's declaration. So she also shared, by the way, on a members only video today that she was contacted right before I appeared on her show as well by someone saying,
Really?
beware of me. So, I mean, every single.
Well. She wishes she would have brought Kathy up because she really could have used those extra subs.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I'm fascinated. The fact that you know my channel exists kind of blows my mind. So for the longest time, talk about stuff, and I know tens of are watching this video. They can't hear this. I spoke about somebody one day. Will Folks in South Carolina during the Murdoch trial, and he like posted on Twitter a response to something I said. And I was like, y'all did not tell me that the internet reached South Carolina. I had no idea. It was shocking to me. And so I was like, I can just call people's names and they're never going to hear it. So when I decided that you were my fact partner for James
This
Craig.
is Kathy from the show Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo.
I was like, it's not like she's going to know.
The date of this is August 2nd.
And then it occurred to me, I can maybe ask her to be on my channel now that I've called her name every day for a week. I'm like, go watch Hidden True Crime because she knows what she's talking about. I'm just giving you the scoop, you know?
Well, I knew about you even before Jimmy Waffles. I knew about you during Daybell. I wish I could remember.
Crash out. Why do we have to have a Lauren Ballard crash out at the same time? I mean, I'm kind of here for it. But can they slow down?
I wish I could remember the show that somebody sent me. I wish I could remember, but it was so funny. And it was during one of the trials, and one of the mini trials. It's all a blur now, Kathy. Like, it's all a blur.
Yeah.
I don't even know right from left. Goodbye.
Same.
You know who? I'm not even going to name her name. Goodbye. Farewell.
Same.
It was one of the trials, and somebody sent me something that you did that was really funny and lighthearted. And again, I was in this very overwhelming moment, and it was just what I needed. So I've known about you since.
So Kathy gets mentioned again in the court documents. Her show does, because Lauren was stating in all of this to police officers, everybody. She was going around and saying that people were reaching out to professional contacts of hers and telling them to not have anything, do their research on Lauren, so on and so forth. So that is why she gets mentioned. Kathy and her show gets mentioned in Christina's declaration to basically rebuttal that if her reputation had been so harmed, why was she on all these shows? And she was in, fear for her life, but here she is appearing.
For even
like a year ago. That's crazy.
Yeah. So
wow.
The internet reaches so many places, but you never know. You're like, what? You're like, the internet's over there? Are you sure? It is. It is.
I had no idea. I don't go south of Hackensack, New Jersey. I didn't know that the internet went every place. Now I know.
Yeah. That share button, people use it. People use the share button. It really works.
It turns out it's also encouraged me to kind of watch my mouth because, listen, I can be loose of the lips. I failed shut up class. I'm like, I should be a little more cautious with my words.
I don't know. That's why I like you, though, because, I think I need to be a little bit less cautious with my words these days. That's what I'm learning. I think I've never mind. Branded myself too kindly. I'm like, no.
That's so funny.
Lauren stated on the 16th of October, the day after her 9 hours, that Kathy had said in a members only stream that somebody had reached out to her regarding Lauren. But I don't know the context of that myself.
A friend of mine once said to me, you can have an unexpressed thought. And she was trying to be kind of facetious. And I was like, can I though? Can I? I'm not entirely certain that I can. But what used to be my curse, I guess, is now my gift, because now I get to talk to all kinds of people about all kinds of things. And to bring a little bit lighter side to subjects like this case that are so heavy. It's crazy to me that James Craig, DDS, aka Jimmy Waffles, thought he was going to get away with this. Like, I feel like he was so obvious.
I thought he was so obvious too, but let me ask you this, because I feel like there's one moment.
No, this stream is from August 2nd. August 2nd. She talks about Kathy in this video.
Since April 9th, 2025.
This is the only video that they have done after the 9 hours, you guys.
She has posted hundreds of pre-recorded videos and podcast episodes during the same time period across.
This is October 16th.
Various platforms she uses. Once again, because it's my job. In other words, they're trying to claim that I haven't been struggling because I work.
Sorry. I know dates get messy and videos back and forth, so I will try to keep you guys up to date on where we're at. The reason I knew about her being at these shows was because of Christina's mention, and she mentioned it herself.
And then On July 6th, yeah, showing that they listened to Patreon. July 6th, 2025, Matthias and her husband posted a hidden true crime podcast episode called
She was reading Christina's declaration.
Cults and Conformity. That's our Patreon podcast, in which they discuss a variety of topics. We also talked about bullying on that one, and there was a reason for that. In which they discuss a variety of topics, including interpersonal relationships, the nature of cults and communities, family dynamics, conformity, cyberbullying, and AI regulation. This is actually us discussing what was happening without saying it. You and
Oh, was it now?
I having a conversation because we've been talking about this.
So one of their podcast episodes, July 6th, is it doing it again? Hold on. Let me go out. I'll be right back. Okay, we'll see what happens now. We'll see what happens.
Multiple times in the episode, Matthias mentions how she has always liked chaos, though not necessarily the kind of chaos that hurts people. She also describes how she does not like conformity, and for that reason, many people do not like her. Matthias' husband casually mentioned that their company had experienced growing pains due to negative interactions with the public. That would be her. But
I just love the way
it just doesn't make
So she had been talking about this in her podcast for a while. She just was being careful about it. Elma, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. And Shell, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Welcome to the cabana. She had been telling people and talking about this, just disguising it in other topics. July 6th, she's admitting that that podcast in her Patreon was about this situation. She goes on to talk about how going on Kathy's, she was really hopeful, she'd get Kathy's subs.
In this whole case, one moment, and I feel like, and by the way, did you guys hear? I think John just got in the shower, and the shower's really loud. Are we good? Is there background noise?
I don't hear it. I don't hear it at all.
I'm
picturing your husband in the shower, but okay.
Well,
yeah.
it could be my son too. Or maybe someone just turned the shower on, but I could tell it's really loud. I'm like, wait, okay, is it really loud?
No, I can't hear it at all.
Okay.
I can't hear it at all.
So back to them. There's one moment in this case, though. I agree. He thought he could get away with it, and after you're like, oh my gosh, you're so dumb. But do you think that if they hadn't opened the invoice to the potassium cyanide, that he would have gotten away with it? Like I have asked some attention. I'm like, did it all come down to that moment? And then after that, his tracks are all. Well, she passes away in the hospital. He decides not to do an autopsy. He cremates her. Is that the end?
Cremated her? I didn't even realize he cremated her.
No. If he did.
Oh, if he yeah.
We're just going to watch this because I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
If she had passed away in the hospital, if he had said no to an autopsy, and if he had cremated her, and that invoice of that package of potassium cyanide hadn't been delivered, or hadn't been opened, I've wondered. After that, he's an absolute idiot, in exam room 9 doing what he's doing.
She seems very lovely. She seems very lighthearted and fun.
And putting out hits on a detective in, behind bars. But that's my only thought.
I think the pressure of, it was one thing for the invoice to be open. First of all, the idea that like a nosy receptionist opened a package that she wasn't supposed to.
Let me walk you guys one more time for anybody coming in, how we got here. So this is mentioned in the declaration. If you rewind, I just read Christina's declaration. It is mentioned here that Lauren was going on other podcasts. And this is the podcast that she announces that she is going to be going to CrimeCon. This was also, she had said that she was in her 9-hour stream. She states that she is, here you go.
So she is contact, please. I've been canceled on a few shows. It's okay.
She'd
What?
been canceled on a few shows, and after the John DeLynn segment on when she brings that up in the 9 hours, she mentions that people, she was so fearful. They were ruining professional contacts of her. And she has gone on 3 shows. She went on Mormon podcast stories. She went on Mormon discussion, and she went on this gossip, rumor, and innuendo show.
Supposed to open eyes.
All in that time frame. And then when her and Dr. Babe did their little after the 9 hours show, this is what was said about Kathy or going on the show. She's reading portions of Christina's declaration, and this is what she says
about in various media. More recently, she appeared on Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Kathy, I forgot to mention to you, Kathy, you made it into my stalker's declaration. I appeared on the Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo podcast where she announced
he has been, from what I understand, removed from certain professional segments, but she tries to make it sound like they have ruined any relationship that she has with any creator in the true crime space. That's just not true. She was making her rounds during this time. Again, her own statement. Her agenda is evidence.
announced that I was attending CrimeCon and discussed numerous other topics. Has 12,000 views, 250 comments. See the link. Still not sure what this matters. And then she actually doesn't explain why that matters. And then declares under penalty of perjury, and then it's signed. She doesn't actually even explain why it was important to share the.
I think because it shows that by showing up on other podcasts that you can't possibly be experiencing distress or anxiety or
Dr. Babe gets it.
fear from what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the argument. They're also like to pull
I
out.
actually feel even worse now that I didn't read my stalker's declaration, because I would love to have gotten Kathy subscribers.
I would have loved to have gotten Kathy's subscribers.
I love her channel.
I love her channel. I wish I would have read Christina's declaration and brought more people into this, because I really love those subscribers, you know.
I love.
This is the person that she loves, the subscribers.
Love. Like, girl,
Good girl.
nosiness working for you.
That's my
anything
girl.
that comes on my desk. I don't care who's mail that comes in this house. This is my house. My name is
I
on this
know.
one. So I will open anything.
Go,
My
Caitlin.
children
And we're
love
talking
that.
about you, Caitlin Romero. We're talking about you.
Yes.
Well done.
Yes, well done. And then because even after the invoice was opened and she saw what was in it and she Googled, because who wouldn't, she didn't have to say anything, because she was, allegedly having this emotional, whatever, a relationship with him. She could have just been like, well, I don't know. I'm staying out of it. It's none of my business. She didn't have to tell Dr. Ryan Redford.
Oh.
But she was like, hey, Doc, listen. Old Jimmy Waffles is up to something strange over there. I also wonder if the sugar babies, one or more of them, wouldn't.
Sassy Hound, what she clearly states again, right here. This is the transcript. I would love to have gotten Kathy's subscribers. She wishes, again, they also like to pull. I actually feel even worse now that I didn't read my stalker's declaration, because I would love to have gotten Kathy's subscribers. She wanted those subscribers. She wishes she would have mentioned and read this declaration in her 9 hours, that she would have carried it on to 10 hours. You can twist it however you want and hear whatever you want. But she isn't talking about getting Kathy's subscribers. She wishes she would have read Christina's declaration, so it would have mentioned another person for her to pull from. All of this was extremely calculated, in my opinion. Her going on John DeLynn's podcast, Mormon discussion, and Kathy's. Lauren knows she's going to lose subs with this.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the argument. They're also like to pull
I
out.
actually feel even worse now that I didn't read my stalker's declaration, because I would love to have gotten Kathy subscribers. I love her channel by reading that she made it into my stalker's declaration. So she also shared, by the way, on a members only video today, that she was contacted right before I appeared on her show as well. by someone saying,
Really?
beware of me. So, I mean, every single person I was collaborating with was getting emails and messages about me. It was exhausting. I stopped appearing with people.
That, by the way, that Kathy's going to share that with us. That's now going to go.
We can have either way you guys want to hear it. Either way you think she means this. She wishes, you can't twist that. She wishes that she would have read Christina's declaration in her 9-hour show to further bringing more people into this. This was all calculated.
Go into evidence.
Oh, a lot of people have been reaching out. Oh,
Yeah.
We're learning
Right.
a lot. So.
If you don't think this is stalking, then let's,
Ding, ding, ding.
I know they're like literally stalking in the declaration.
That's exactly right, Lindsay. She has intentionally placed these people in this situation because, need I remind you again? Here you go. What does she say?
My agenda is evidence.
Her agenda is evidence. She was creating evidence. She was creating people to write declarations. She was intentionally involving people in the worst time of her life to have them reached out to, so they would be like, what the hell is this? I don't know. I'm not a part of this. What's going on? Is there something bad going on? She knew exactly what she was doing.
My agenda is evidence. And I think when I said I've learned a lot, we'll combine your other question. What have I learned?
She has repeated her agenda is evidence. Okay, back to Kathy. Well, here, we can finish this part out.
I'm like, you guys are watching me on Patreon and other people's channels.
And also, right, if you don't think this is stalking, then let's,
I know they're like literally stalking in the declaration. I'm like, you guys are watching me on Patreon and other people's channels.
It's not stalking to watch you.
And also, right, reaching out to all of our personal and professional contacts, like that is stalking. There's no other way around. Like,
it's also torturous interference, and when you're lying about it, it's defamation. Yeah,
it's trying to ruin our reputations. Like, what did she tell Kathy? That to beware of you because you're so evil.
Well, I have it. We'll.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but
we'll just save it for later. Yeah.
So, you don't want to say what they told Kathy?
So, I mean, one unintended.
You see how she has an intentional way of bringing people into her bullshit? The timeline of this is very tight, and there is a lot going on. I know you guys love it when she says torturous. That's what she says all the time. It's torturous interference.
Might not have said like, he was talking about trying to hire, whatever. I'm not sure.
Think about it. The only thing she had to show that they were reaching out was an email from John DeLynn. Yeah, well, you heard that the Feral Progressive, you heard that he said he hasn't even seen this from Kathy. It's torturous. It's torturous to her, don't you know?
Right. Yeah, I know
I'm sorry. You will not get me to believe, and this is where I'm at. You will not get me to believe that Lauren was not setting up evidence or attempting to bring other people in, going on these shows intentionally, hoping that they would get reached out to. We don't even know at this point in time who Felicia O'Shea is that reached out to John DeLynn. That could be anybody in her camp. That could be her alts. We have no idea who was reaching out to create and concoct all these poor Lauren is being targeted things. We've seen people bait others and get involved that way. I mean,
but would they have even known? So that one that I interviewed, Carrie, would she have ever known that Angela passed away?
Could be.
And said something
if
it hadn't been the news and he hadn't been arrested.
News.
Could be.
Right.
You know, she might not have ever known.
Oh, wow. It's so crazy. So many
And I think she used Mormon Discussion, RFM. I really like RFM and Bill. I think she used RFM and Bill. I think she used John DeLynn. And I think that she used Kathy all for her own personal gain. Whether she wanted to get Kathy subs or her subs or anything, what she wanted to do was get their support to garner whoever they support. Doesn't matter if they're on her channel. I don't care about that. What I care about is the fact that she says it outwardly. She wanted to emotionally manipulate these people and use another person in her game. She admits to that. Oh, I wish I would have read this so they would have, heard about Kathy.
Weird little disparate pieces had to come together all at the same time for this to happen. I feel like it was destiny that he got caught. Also, just because he was so arrogant, so arrogant with the idea that I can just, what do you think his real motivation was? Like the money, his reputation? I don't get him, because he could have just divorced her.
I think the money and his reputation. I think
they'll start talking about other things in a minute. I don't know this case well enough I don't do true crime, and I'm not like invested in true crime aspects of any of these cases. So unless I hear about it on the news, I really don't know.
Does want a fantasy clearly of just being understood and perfect. I mean, think of his reputation of being a
Jennifer, you get a pass because I'm not true crime. You can call me straight up drama, or you can just say, I'm just watching an asshole on YouTube. She's just an asshole. She's not true crime. She's just an asshole. You can get away with it that way.
Widower. That is a really good position for somebody like him. And I'm going to call him a psychopath. It's so fun to not be with my husband so I can just diagnose people on a whim.
Yeah, that James Craig, I know.
I'm going to be like, psychopath, psychopath.
Absolutely.
Psychopath. Here comes another psychopath. If I'm with my husband, I can't do that. So here we are. This is another reason I come on.
Yes.
So I can just be like psychopath.
Listen, I'm diagnosing people down at the shop, right? And I'm like, the way she's standing in that line.
Lindsay, this is why when people continue to say like religion has nothing to do with this, I really am getting so frustrated with that. I'm so frustrated with that because Lauren has used the cases while continuing to say that she is Mormon. Yes, it matters. Like all of this matters. A lot of these people are LDS. It matters. She covers LDS crime. She has manipulated and misinformed and connected and exploited victims in the church, out of the church, people going through faith crisis. And one of her big forms of manipulation, how she got a lot of this to slide, was by refusing to talk about her actual beliefs and stand firmly on them on her own channel. She said over and over again, she doesn't talk about that on her channel because she wants in to the current Mormons, the active Mormons. She wants a foothold into the Exmo and the Never Ends. She wants whatever benefits her out of this situation. And she knows if she comes on here and says that she's a proud Mormon, like she did on John DeLynne's, that people are going to be like, how can you report ethically on what's happening in the doctrine that's creating some of this and still be proud LDS? She knew she would get backlash from that.
There's something wrong with her. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I do that too. I'm like, you don't have a sense of humor? What's going on?
This is from August 2nd.
Judging you. No.
I asked, I won't name the relative. I asked a relative of mine recently if she thought she might be having, if she had like cluster B personality. She was like, wait, what? I was like, never mind. This is a conversation.
I'll gift you a DSM for Christmas. We'll move on.
You can look it up. You can look that up. She's like, I'm not the.
Who's like, I'm so sick of this. And I'm like, I am all in. It's got the cult stuff all involved in it, the drama piece of it with the shit shows, the court documents. And plus, it's none of our friends actually in this one having lawfare done against them. So I'm all in. I'm like, hell yeah, give me the cult shit. I could talk about this all day.
Problem, you're the problem. I was like, okay, making notes.
Yeah, you're like,
crazy town.
Yeah, you're like
crazy town.
So back to your, but what were we talking about? I do want to like, so when it comes to what he wants and what he wanted, this is a guy who, in my opinion, is a psychopath, a covert narcissist type who wants.
The declaration that this is shared in is from the 19th of September. It says right here, section 102, more recently on August 2nd, 2025, Matthias appeared on the Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo podcast, where she announced that she would attend CrimeCon and discuss numerous other topics. So that's from September 19th is when she wrote the declaration. So she had already been on Kathy's show at that point in time. What Christina was doing is proving that Lauren is stating that mentally she was so impacted by all of this that she couldn't go on any other shows. She was in fear for her life. Meanwhile, she was doing a tour.
Everybody to feel sorry for him.
That is my opinion of Lauren's declaration. And even Dr. Babe said that that's what they were using it for. Absolutely.
He maneuvers with, his sort of pity play. Everyone feel bad for me. Being a widower is like the best place he could be in. Think of the women that would just come in his mind, fawning over him and falling for him. Oh, you've been left with these younger children.
You again.
You poor thing. Let me help you. Did he not want like the fallout of a divorce? Yes. But even more than that, he wanted, I think, to be in a position.
T Guzzler, I just need to clone myself and I'm all in with you. Nope, I love it.
That looked so good for him, where women would just want to pick pieces.
All the nice ladies from the ward coming with the funeral potato casseroles and all the things. And he would just be like, oh, the thing that really, really cracked me up was when one of the ladies that, I think it was the woman he took to, was it Montana? And he was saying like, oh, maybe you and I could be together forever. She was like, no, thank you. Like, no. I thought that had to crush his ego. Mr. Like, everybody loves me. Everybody wants to be next to me. And she was like, he came on a little strong.
I thought a lot of the sugar daddies were like, yeah, no, not the sugar daddy, the sugar babies.
Sugar babies.
They've dated enough to know. They're smart. They're like, yeah, you're strange.
They're like, this was an arrangement. This was a transaction. Why are you talking about like forever and ever,
Yeah. You're like, sorry,
it's
no,
so
thank you,
weird.
next. Thank you, next. Moving on.
Seriously. Like,
yeah.
Sir, can you just sell me that money and I could just keep it moving? I could do what I said I was going to do and you could do what you're supposed to do, AKA give me a bunch of cash and let me get on with the rest of my day.
This arrangement was a little bit more difficult than I thought. I don't know how to respond to these texts. Can we just even this out? Can we just go our separate ways and you pay and we be done, because these texts are a little much. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Your team too much. Team too much. To what degree do you think sort of the LDS played a part in this? Like, not the church in general, but like, I don't know if there was like some culture piece of it or something about him that made him think like, oh, I'm a god. I'm so great. I'm really, really curious about the religious aspect of it.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because so first off, thank you for giving me this space. Okay, here we go. So I've already gotten some.
Madison, I have a feeling it's because they got wind or have seen the proof of what she was doing and saying behind victims and or their productions' backs. I have a feeling that there's probably 6 years of manipulation, collecting stuff on victims that she might not have brought up publicly, but they knew she had certain things. I think she maneuvers with families similar to what Bullhorn Betty does. She just uses a kinder approach to get in with these families. And I guarantee she has weaponized a lot of this in the past. And I think she still probably does but I believe that that's likely why she was blacklisted, is because of her behavior. Is it Valentine Bilby? I'm going to screw that up. Bilby, thank you for becoming a new member. Welcome to the cabana. Sorry if I butchered your name.
Pushback, because I have said that religion didn't have to do with this like it did the Daybell case. And I'm going to, first off, stick with me, everyone. Stick with me. First off, I'm going to stand by that, in that Chad Daybell was a belief system. It was a belief system that they believe they're exalted beings. It's an actual like religious cult.
Yeah, Autumn Skep was one of the first people I encountered on here, and I loved Skep. I adored Skep's content.
So that's what I meant when I said religion has nothing to do with this case. Now, with that aside, do I believe that there are some cultural influences when it comes to the LDS religion? Absolutely. Absolutely. Heartbreaking and real. And
again, I think there's cultural influences, and reasons why her behavior is what they are. Now, you got to remember, a lot of these women are women within the LDS religion, still within the LDS religion.
Breaking, Angela wouldn't leave. Angela,
Right.
I've experienced difficult, relationships where I've wondered, like, people said that my grandmother was a martyr for staying, and she was a woman of faith for staying, and you don't rip families apart. And if you love the Lord and he loves the Lord, everything should work out, and you forgive and you forget and you move forward. All of those aspects I see in play with emotional manipulation. She absolutely stayed because of that. And he absolutely used families can be together forever. And
I mean,
then did he use this church facade to get women? Did you see Kat?
Speaking of church facade, is that why you went on Mormon Stories podcast and Mormon discussions? Is that why, to announce that you are still LDS? I find that very interesting that you made such a big point out of those shows to remind people or tell people that you are still LDS. Again, I believe that shows that she wanted to keep the connections that she has gotten through covering these cases.
The handwritten letter thing.
The single mom, the mom. Yeah.
Where he wrote her like just 2 months. Like, that's a great example of the culture where he writes this woman in church and just says he knows what to say to her culturally.
Right.
Like,
right.
Your children,
Janice and accounting, they're saying no. She just made mention about the ladies from the ward would bring the potato casserole. Is she Mormon? Most people don't know what the temple lingo, and there is famous Mormon funeral potatoes. Mormon funeral potatoes. Anybody that's been around with some of this probably likely has heard those conversations. The best adaptation of Mormon funeral potatoes without the crushed up potato chips on them. I've got a really good recipe for them.
Such a good mother.
And thank you for the support, but it doesn't sound like she is.
I admire you. Like, if he had been, like, I even wonder if he was plotting at that moment because he thought, oh, I'm going to be a widower soon. I'm going to just plant some seeds here. I'm going to plant some seeds. I'm going to be a widower here. So did that play a part? Did the idea that he could manipulate so many of these women that weren't sugar babies play a part? That's the difference, right? The sugar babies are like, we see through you. Like, come on, we know you. We've been there. We've been like, we've done this, been there, done that. Where the church, the women in church and the mothers, they're not. See, even Karen Keene, I don't know if she was LDS, but she was religious. She was.
I was gonna say, I thought she was LDS as well.
I sped it up,
but I can't promise.
I could never confirm it, but she was either religious or LDS, and so they're the ones that are kind of falling for this psychopath. I can call him a psychopath here, but that cluster B,
for sure, personality disorders, absolutely.
Okay, but anyway, what do you think? I mean, so there's my little rant.
So my thinking of it is this, right? I grew up in a very, very religious family with very traditional views, although my mother was a single parent, right? She divorced my father when I was like a year old or something like that. I was still a baby. I don't remember ever my parents living in the same household. And when she got divorced in 1971, it was sort of scandalous, not because they were religious, but because nobody in the family had ever been divorced. I mean, I don't think anybody had ever been happily married either, but they definitely would not get a divorce because it was like a blight on the family. It was this terrible thing. Yes. And so I'm thinking, from what I know of like LDS culture, like set the religion aside, right? What I know of LDS culture is very sort of that conservative, families are forever. Once you marry a guy, it's not even for time, it's time in all eternity or whatever. Even if you're not necessarily like a really strong, you see him on live stream, he's handing me the cable bill. My husband does not give a shit about this channel. Anyway, even if you're not.
I laughed just so hard. I was like, I mean, there we go.
Like going to
where's the cable bill, honey?
The temple or going to church or whatever. If you're raised in the atmosphere and in the spirit of like, you get married, you stay married, we're a good, happy family, we're all of these things, I can see where women, maybe in that part of the country, maybe even in his neighborhood, in his ward, would sort of put that up on a pedestal, right? He's this guy, he's got 6 kids, she's never going to leave. Clearly, they're like a happy family. They look good because
Kathy's channel is linked in the description. It's the third one down.
If you just look at the pictures, they look fantastic. You know,
Yeah.
she's staying home. He's busy working. He's flying around the country. You don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
No.
So it's kind of wild to me. And I'm fascinated by all the LDS crimes that are being reported, but I'm also heartbroken that they're being reported as LDS crimes because it's just people committing crimes.
It's just people. It's someone. Right. This is Jimmy Waffle's fault. This is about Jimmy Waffle. Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And not the LDS church, but it is in the sense that of all those cultural influences you shared. You know, and again, like, Angela was being a dutiful wife by staying and giving him a chance again and again. And, you know, and again, and if you break something, you fix it. I remember that saying too. You know, if you break something, you fix it. If they love the Lord and you love the Lord, you stick it out. Families are together forever. You have 6 children. Make this work. You know, chalking it up to that he has an addiction or that he has mental health issues and you've got to stand by him. And
Holy, did you see yesterday? Oh, well, 2 days in a row, I think I've played the clip where she confirms her LDS involvement, both on Mormon Stories podcast and then on Mormon Discussion. She confirms that she is still an active, proud member of the LDS Church. She definitely did grow up Mormon, but she also is currently still, as of August of 2025, still a proud member of the Mormon Church.
Love him through this and all those things.
It's the first time
I'm going to say right
poisoned
now.
her.
I'm going to say right now, if anyone feels like they're on a roller coaster and this has been their life year after year, and they're begging you to come back and stay, and you feel like they deserve love, just ask yourself, don't you deserve love? Don't you also
for sure.
deserve love? You know, maybe
Real,
rather than
deep,
forgive
heartfelt.
them, rather than forgive them, you need to forgive yourself for ending up with the wrong person and get out.
For sure.
That's all I'll say.
For sure. I listen, prior to the
Monica, which is so odd for somebody to state that I'm proud LDS, but I hate the temple. What? That's where everything happens.
relationship that I'm in now, my first husband, he keep acting up. I might have to get a second one. But
Bring those cable bills. Yeah.
Just like I saw him go get the mail and he's like walking towards me with mail stuck out. Like, you see what I'm doing. Anyway, prior to this relationship, I had a lot of relationships, some of them very long term. Overwhelmingly, I stayed too long, believing in like, but it's me and you, but also the fear of change, the fear of like not wanting to fail.
Again, many of you can recognize when BJ uses faith manipulation to garner attention, support, cover up her wrongdoings. I think Lauren uses it on a scale that most of you are not prepared to understand, but hopefully you will be willing to understand it right alongside me, because I have never seen someone use faith manipulation as much as she does. And then when you ask her a straight out question, she can't even answer it. She, when asked if she is still LDS, she states that she is still proudly Mormon, but then she goes into some rant about Lori Vallow and the beliefs of, like, it's so freaking weird. Nothing is straightforward with her. She always wraps it back around to these extreme things. It's wild.
Publicly, and this was long before social media or any of those things, right? Like, I wanted to have like what felt like a good, stable and sane life. And I thought I knew what that looked like. I certainly didn't have the lived experience of knowing what any of that felt like. But I just kept thinking, well, once we get through this hard part, then it's going to get good. But my cousin, who was recently divorced, said, she's my cousin who's very,
especially from somebody being from Utah. She has so many connections to Utah. Again, huge distinction between Mormons in Utah versus Mormons in other states. Way different beast. And when I say it's a beast, I'm saying it's a beast because that culture, the pursuit of perfectionism, the competition within those spaces is very extreme.
religious. And she said, people ask
And this revenge-seeking backhandedness is not abnormal.
her, why did you get a divorce? And she said, some people have relationships that are a roller coaster. It's up and down. It's up and down. She said, mine wasn't like that. Mine was a merry-go-round. We kept just going around doing the same thing. And when she talked about it, I'm reminded of the pattern that you described that I wrote down. It's in one of my videos someplace where they're nice to you and it's all like sunshine and rainbows. And then they start to get like really picky about the things you did. Then there's a big falling out and then they're back to love bombing you again.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Badgered witness. That is not a joke. It is in every single thing.
Exactly.
When you said that, it was so, I mean, that's not the relationship that I have now, but I see friends in that relationship. And I know women who do that to their husbands. It's not just husbands doing it to wives as well.
Absolutely. Women can do it to the husbands too. Yes, exactly. A great example of that is the Shannon Gardner case. Also an LDS aspect to it, but when looking at everything.
Shiloh, it's because it's only used and turned on and off when it's beneficial for them. It's this gray space that it's used when it's beneficial for them. It's not a typical version of Christianity. It's not love thy neighbor. It is used to weaponize, to silence criticizers or anything of that nature. It is not a belief system that they even understand, because it's truly not their belief system. It is just whatever fits the need at the time. And oftentimes, oh, you're the devil, we rebuke you, that kind of stuff shuts people up.
As a whole, we see Jared Bridegan as the absolute victim in this, who was able to get out, but then it wasn't enough. Yeah.
Right. Because sometimes leaving is not enough. It's like, what did she think? I don't get it. But I also, I remember somebody saying to me, I'm sober a really long time. And I remember somebody saying to me early on, my sponsor was like, you don't have to live crisis to crisis. And I was like, oh, I don't? Because I was like, there was always some crisis. Sometimes I would jump into other people's crisis. Sometimes the crises were of my creation, but there was always some crisis. And I remember thinking like, right.
I want you to look at her face when Kathy says this. Kathy's speaking facts here. But watch Lauren's face.
I don't get it. But I also, I remember somebody saying to me, I'm sober a really long time. And I remember somebody saying to me early on, my sponsor was like, you don't have to live crisis to crisis. And I was like, oh, I don't? Because I was like, there was always some crisis. Sometimes I would jump into other people's crisis. Sometimes the crises were of my creation, but there was always some crisis. And I remember thinking like, right.
Lauren, a little uncomfortable there? Because you're in the middle of creating a crisis for yourself?
I don't have to live from crisis to crisis. And poor Jared Bridegan got out of the ongoing crisis.
Right.
I think somebody mentioned to me the other day, they asked me flat out, they said, do I think that Lauren could have done this intentionally to keep herself in the limelight? That's a possibility. I think she thought this was going to go. I think thinks she had much more control over this and the emotional pull she had on her subs and her audience. I think she was relying heavily on that emotional manipulation piece of it, and that they wouldn't question things and would just go along with this. However, she forgets she claims to be in the true crime space where people should be logical and demand facts and proof of said claims. But Lauren herself seems to be a crisis creator for her own need.
To be dragged back in by his crazy wife.
With the custody battle and everything. Right.
But it's a possibility that she could have created this so she continues to stay in the limelight. I don't know. They're right. She doesn't really have any, after 6 years, most of these cases have finally finalized. People are sentenced, they're in jail. She doesn't really have anything to keep her in the limelight and keep her foothold into all of these groups.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. And they'll use that too. You left. Well, I'm going to just make your life miserable.
Yeah.
I feel
that
rejected.
level of passion.
That's about feeling rejected. A lot of abusers, it's scary to leave too, because a lot of
not only that, the super thanks in the comment section were like $399 and so on and so forth. I can't even imagine the amount of money she made that night. She probably made, I would say, easily 20 grand between ad revenue and super chats. That might be high, but I would say that she got a pretty good. I can't even imagine the money she has made over the last 6 years. Because there is one thing, ex-Mo and current Mormons are both usually pretty generous with their support.
Abusers, they'll feel rejected, and rejection can cause violence if they're.
And again, if they somehow really rely on this person, they tithe to their church 10% usually. So paying to support people like this isn't abnormal.
A violent person,
They say that's the most dangerous time. And I'm like, I don't know. The whole thing freaks me out, which is why there's a part of me that's like, I prefer to, when I prefer to think of just like the silly side.
There are, but they're not high profile like she likes, that will keep her. I don't think she's going to have an opportunity of getting close to the victims like she did before, because I think people now have realized enough of what she's done and how she maneuvers behind the scenes that she won't have access to the victims like she did previously.
Of it,
she stepped on a lot of people to get where she is. And for some reason, Lauren thinks any type of LDS crime or high profile LDS crime, she kind of runs that arena, and she will step on anybody beneath her to get where she wants to be.
Ridiculous side of it, because it can be funny as long as you don't look at it too long. If you think about James Craig as Jimmy Waffles, as like hapless, bumbling dude who tries to promise marriage to every lady he ever meets, as opposed to like the dude buying the cases of Visine talking about, oh, this is for my religion, it's because I'm LDS. What is that called? The food storage, the stockpiling.
Yeah, we're gonna stockpile eye drops here. Yeah,
that's
never
what
heard
the
of
Savior
that.
would have wanted.
I'm pretty sure in Jody Hildebrandt's bunker they didn't find a bunch of Visine. So just saying.
Because during the second coming, what you don't want is red eyes. You got your tents and your bags of beans. You certainly don't want red eyes. Like,
there's tents. There's a lot happening, but Visine is not on the list.
$5.
Julie Rose not like, I need.
I'm sure there's higher tiers than that, but $5.
12 packs of Visine for the Greater Tomorrow Fund. Sorry.
Honest to goodness, this is what I can't understand.
Crusha, if you need me, you know where to find me. I'm always here. And if after this blows over some, you're doing your live Sunday? Are you still doing the live on Sunday, Crusha? I'll keep watching. But after all that, if you want to do a Ballard crash out together, I'm more than willing. If you want to get together and do one of those, we could probably use some laughs, and that'll give us some.
If there's gonna be like a mass whatever, and you got to get all this stuff, how come it can't be at the Four Seasons? We can't have the end times in like even a lower tier Marriott. For the life of me, what is attractive about like, oh, it's gonna be
okay? That's another thing I'm hearing, Demon, is the connections. Like some of these people have modded for or been a part of other channels. Some of the ex-producers were mods for channels and created a shitstorm. Like there's a lot of overlap with these people. A lot of overlap.
Terrible. I got Marriott reward points.
And there is nothing I can't stand worse than the true crime creators. And I'm calling you out. All of you true crime creators who do this, I stand with. You jump out, you get your feet in it. I stand with, because you see the numbers and the views that people are getting. So you're like, oh, let me come out and stand against one of my fellow true crime creators who exploits families on the daily. Yep, gonna take their back. And then as soon as more and more comes out, you don't think logically, you're just gonna go take up for another exploiter of victims. And then as things come out and we start breaking it down and really showing you, hey, no, there's problems here. You before the court documents came out, you could see there was huge issues on the wall. The writing was on the wall. And then, I swear to God, people are like, well, now, okay. I mean, truth and transparency. Look at that one. She first came out. Well, she was going to stand with Lindsay, and she was going to stand with Lauren. And then she was like, no, well, let me go over here and play this side. No, fuck, stop. Stop playing in people's faces. Like, pick a fucking lane and stay in it. But they all think about it. So many of them think about it from the perspective of what benefits them. Oh, Lauren's got a big channel. She's seen as ethical. I'm going to come out and fucking take up for her right off the bat. No, some of these big channels that a lot of you really think are great are shit and have done worse shit to get to where they're at and stepped on a lot of people. Anyways, there's my truth and transparency rant. I can't stand that one.
Girl, I'm not worried. Like, they probably would be able to get more people to get baptized. I might get baptized. Oh, the Four Seasons, you say? I could.
Actually, you know that. This is why I don't like the true crime. Cults all day. The true crime aspect of it, no. So many of them. Duty Ron, here's another example. I've never had a problem with Duty Ron ever. And he's willing to call out Betty for the craziness that Betty does. But again, if he would have sat back and not been, in my opinion, probably likely manipulated by the tears, the white woman tears, I'm sorry, I'm going to call it what it is, the white woman tears, he probably would have seen it for what it was. It's not much different than what Betty packages up. But so many of them are so worried because they've collabed with this person or they've worked together or they share similar audiences. They're afraid of standing firm on something. They do this wishy-washy shit. These are true crime creators who you are relying on the facts and the proof. They should not be emotionally invested like most of these people are. They shouldn't be, and they are, because they use the victims.
It is sweet.
I know. I'm a pillow girl. I don't travel without my pillow. There's a secret. Everywhere I've gone, this is like, where in the world is Lauren? My pillow's coming with me. And so,
all right, can I go on a sideline rant really quick? Because I think it's important that I finally say what I've been thinking. I'm sorry, but if this doesn't show you a level of entitlement, let's say if this was a black man that made these accusations against somebody. Let's just say that for a second. And yes, that is relevant right now because people like this who, Lauren, I'm sorry, you're afraid of these people following you on public social media platforms. Try being a family that is in this country legally, but because you have brown or black skin or look a certain way, you have ICE knocking down your door, kidnapping people, and then you can't even access, you and your team of 4 fucking attorneys. Save me. Most of these people that are being locked up in detention centers, yes, here you go. You want to know where I stand? I am for the rights, the civil rights of everyone. We are living in insanity versus humanity. And she is up here turning the tears on, and most of these people can't even find out where their attorneys are, don't have access to their attorneys. And this one and other people like her, BJ, Betty, want you to pay attention because they're so entitled and their feelings have been hurt. Ma'am, we have a place called Alligator Alcatraz. I'm sorry, what? You're concerned about somebody making a shitty comment about you online? Tell me how entitled you fucking are. Really. People are being moved. Their families have no idea where they are, where they're at. They can't access their attorney. And then you have people like this weaponizing our systems. Sorry. It just irritates the piss out of me, and I'm over it.
I'm sorry, but like, we're going to have to fit that in. Like, I need my silk pillow.
Is your hair nice when the zombies come? Yes.
Right, exactly.
Her and her fucking team of, I've got 4 attorneys. Well, aren't you fucking special? You also have entitlement and connections that a lot of people don't have. Aren't you lucky?
I'm like,
listening to her tell her fucking story the other day, I had the hardest time keeping my mouth shut about the entitlement that she has had all along.
I don't, sort of the whole Chad and Lori thing. You were on that case. I think one of the very first videos I saw of you and John were on Chad and Lori, like the deep dive, when everybody wanted to talk about Lori and Chad and what's so interesting about whenever I went to talk about Lori, and your husband was like,
right,
we need to talk about Chad. And I was like, let's talk about Chad. Back when you were at your dining room table, I was leaning.
Chico, if they can even access the attorneys that have been assigned to their cases. I mean, that's the reality. And it's astonishing to me that these people like Lauren replace the victims of the crimes they report on. And then they weaponize our broken systems for their own benefit because of hurt fifis. I
was like, I want to have dinner with them so badly.
You're an OG. You have been listening from the very beginning.
Yeah. Literally from your very first broadcast. I don't even know how I found.
I don't understand that, Wendy. She's a Jack Mormon. I know a lot of Mormons that drink. So it's not across the board that all of them, it's in their doctrine and their covenants that they're not supposed to, but it just with everything, people adapt it to their lives however they want to. She claims that she also hates the temple. Her words, hates the temple. How do you remain proud LDS and hate the temple? Beyond me, but here we are.
Found you, but I was splashing around out here in YouTube true crime, and I remember the two of you at your diet because the sound wasn't that great. I was like, that's okay. I could put in an earbud and I can turn this right up, no problem whatsoever. Now you got fancy mics and all the things.
I know, fancy mics, all the things, fancy cameras, fancy high def cameras, which forced me to have a fancy high def filter. Yes, I have no pores, everybody. Do you know how many emails I get? What's the foundation you use? I'm like, oh gosh, not again. Guys, it's a filter. It smooths everything out. I don't want you guys looking at my acne scars and pores. You guys don't want to be looking at them. When you go high def, I'm doing you guys a favor too. And I'm getting myself improvement filter.
Oh my God. I'm terrified to meet people face to face.
What?
People are going to be like, oh, that's what you look like. Oh, I think you look sort of like that, only not.
Like a Monet painting. Right. Like a Monet. Like, oh, from back here it looks good. And then, sorry, 1 second. And then it gets really bad. Hold on 1 second, guys.
No worries.
Stay here. Stay here. Hold on. I thought my phone was off, but it's someone that overrides my phone. So 1 second.
No worries. While you do that, I'll go through some of these starred comments that have been coming in, but I've been ignoring. LCB says, you look gorgeous, Lauren, which of course she does. She always does.
It's the filter.
When somebody made a comment about your eyebrows the other day, I was incensed. I was outraged. I was like, that was like a one-eyed cyclops on there going like, well, she has high eyebrows.
I get a lot of
Fight my bits. It depends on where you are from. In Utah, it's not accepted. It's actually frowned upon. But even the wealthy LDS members in Utah, they drink. I mean, it will be frowned upon, and they might not drink in front of their neighbors, but they definitely do get together. A lot of them. There is such a culture that is prevalent in Utah, but the underground scenes and what is actually done, the swinging is a huge thing. It's because of that purity culture. People become curious about things, so they start partaking in stuff. But there's a lot that goes on. A lot of them drink. A lot of them have same-sex situations going on. There's a lot.
Yeah, I do get a lot of comments about my eyebrows, but I will say this. I think that when people think that they're too high or that I'm painting them on, it's because I'm going like this. And like, yeah, that's high, but I'm raising my forehead, people. When they're...
She doesn't have Botox. Like, everybody calm down.
Yeah, exactly that.
Whiteboard, people still think that it's a joke about the whole soaking thing at BYU. No, it's not. And it's even weirder that jump soaking is the thing. It's true.
That's actually happened. I am not getting Botox in my forehead right now. Have I before? Yes. And so it's like when I go more natural, people are like, what's she doing? I'm like, actually, I don't have it right there. And so I can raise them. And everybody's thinking I'm like painting on with like a permanent marker. My eyebrows up here. Guys, they're real.
Go to Wendover on a weekend. It's right across the border from Utah. It's the big casino. Just go to Wendover for a weekend. The people watching is exceptional, let me tell you. They hide it. They go out of town. They go on conventions. They go drink with their non-LDS friends. But yeah, some of them do. Not all of them. I know people that have never had a sip of alcohol in their life that are LDS. It just depends.
I dye them with Just for Men's mustache dye. There's my secret. Yeah. So I did it yesterday.
Also, everybody calm down. How are we commenting on women's bodies in 2025? Okay, everybody take a breath. Take your face is your face. My face is my face. Everybody has one. What a blessing to have a face. Nobody here needs a face transplant. Everybody take a breath. Mrs. Parks.
But they are
Mrs.
mine.
Parks
They are
is
mine.
in the house. Yeah, they are hers. Thank God. And they're gorge. Mrs. Parks is in the house, says, Kathy, tell Lauren about your theory about take me in the first round. Okay, so there's, everybody, and a lot of, particularly in the Lori Daybell case, everybody was doing all these things so that they could be there for the second coming and whatever. But I was like, I don't want to stay and live in a tent. I don't want to eat beans. Just take me in the first round. Like, I don't want to. Do I want to survive the end time? No. Can a zombie eat my brain? I don't know how it works. But if you can volunteer to go first, if it's going to be at a higher end hotel, fine. I will stay for the second coming. Short of that, no, thank you.
Maybe that's why you need
I'm sorry, you guys. That's my computer plugging in. Whiskey has chewed on my computer cord. The freaking cat chewed on my computer cord. Sorry, it's mine. My computer trying to plug in. But it's because Whiskey has chewed on the little... That cat's the devil. Okay. Sorry, that's my noise.
advising eye drops on hand. Maybe that's what they're for. Sorry, that was bad. That was dark.
So the zombies can see you clearly. Like, hang on. I'm gonna eat you, but give me a second. Because
no, maybe just so you can be like, let's just go together. Let's just take me now. We've got whatever we need. So yeah, all right.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. What cases are you covering now that Jimmy Waffles is tucked away in prison? What are you covering now?
Well, I did just put up a video yesterday. It's the full backstory of the Devil's Den killing. That one is so sad. So sad. Those two little girls that saw that and don't have parents. But I did a full backstory. And of course, that's still a developing story. We're learning a lot, but I put everything out there that we know right now in about a 30-minute video you can check out.
No, T, that cat is the devil. She thinks she runs this place. Today, she knocked my entire mug over and had ice from one end of the kitchen all the way out to the living room. I was upstairs and she took the ice and splattered it everywhere. She is the devil.
We're going to cover the Shanna Gardner case, got pushed off until next year.
No.
Yeah, so it'll be 2026 now. So we've got a moment to breathe actually, and I'm going to take it. But we are certainly covering a bunch of other cases, and we have a lot of backstories that we've done that we're going to keep following these certain cases. There's this one woman that has stolen, I'm so heartbroken in Washington.
I have not, but I am also looking for the 144,000 party that she was going to have. If anybody happens to stumble across that, if you're looking, I would love to see that myself, the 144K party that she was going to have. That is very weird that she was going to celebrate that to me.
Marcia Norman, who was killed by who she thought was a trusting handyman, and we have that backstory up. Have you heard of that one?
No, I heard about Devil's Den. I hadn't heard about the handyman.
A lot of people didn't hear about this one, and I think it's because she was older. Let's be honest. When a victim is older, we don't pay attention. But this one, he did have some criminal history.
Philo, one major thing though with all of that is people need to understand that is not mainstream LDS doctrine. That is fringe offshoot beliefs that have been adapted. They're radicals, extremists, but they use some of the foundational LDS beliefs mixed in with it. But yeah, it's extreme for sure.
With young girls, and they let him out, and then he took advantage of Marcia and brutally killed her. So we're going to keep on that one as well, because it's just heartbreaking and it shouldn't have happened. I hope that maybe they could pass a Marcia's Law or something. But let's see what else is on that one. I'm naming all the ones where there's nothing. They're just sad. You can't even gossip about them because they're just sad. So we might need to go back to Lori Daybell so we can just laugh and laugh and laugh, as well as Jimmy Waffles.
Adelson's coming up. Donna Adelson is
well, and that's not universal either. Janison County, thank you for the support. They do whatever they want, but judge all of us that aren't Mormon, in my opinion. A lot of Mormons, not Utah Mormons. Utah Mormons, there are some good ones there too. But a lot of them don't care. They don't really care. They're just people. They're just typical everyday people. The really judgy, better than comes from the people that live in the Holy Land of Utah. That think they're better than everybody. And it's that they've got to look perfect. They've got to act perfect. They got to do, and they judge all the rest of us. Well, doing more fucked up shit than the rest of us, a lot of them.
Coming up.
And Eggleston's is coming
That
up.
case.
Yes. Yeah, Dawn
That
Adelson.
case.
Yeah.
Yikes. And the tomorrow I'm doing a collaboration. We're going to talk more about that. The honor killing, the attempted honor killing, which I say was just a DV case. Like there's some cultural aspects to it, but that was just like a crazy set of parents who, you know, go to the school and jump on the daughter and her boyfriend. Like that whole conversation was crazy. But much like I did with the LDS cases, because there were all these cases that were like, you know, the Mormon this, the Mormon that. When I don't know about something, I want to talk to somebody who does. So I had a really nice lady on when we did LDS cases where I did something that we called phone a friend, and I asked her all my crazy LDS questions. Like, hi, explain this all to me. And so as it relates to the Muslim case, the honor killing case, I had a lady, Ravi, who just was somebody from the audience. I was like, hey, if somebody could come on here and explain to me about like the cultural aspects of this or whatever, how all of this works. And so I felt like she did a really beautiful job of explaining sort of like the thinking and sort of what's behind all of that. Because it's easy to say like, oh, those are those crazy Muslims, or those are those crazy Mormons, or those are those crazy whatever. But she really broke it down in detail, sort of the thinking and the passion and what goes behind the idea of feeling like this child is your possession. So now that there's a verdict in
I like this, Kathy. I like her.
that case, Dr. Patrice Berry and Ravi and I are going to sort of continue our conversation tomorrow about yeah, I'm really excited.
That is so cool. I'll be here. I'll be here from my bed with my Kleenex. I'll be watching.
Yes.
Yeah.
By my bits, where did that come out about Grayson writing Lori? I have a feeling there's a lot that's been done behind the scenes.
A big cup of tea or something like that. Yeah, because that case, I was like, there's not a lot to giggle about here, but I'm always interested. I read foreign novels and things all the time. I'm always interested in other people's cultures. And so I've done a deep dive on all different religions and different cultures. And I just read a very, very listen to an audiobook, a 12-hour book about like Chinese culture in the 1500s. Crazy. But
wow, I love that about you. I love different cultures and understanding. And that's so important too when it comes to understanding crime too. Like, let's really understand what's going on here. Yeah. Yeah.
And the threads of things that were happening back then that still, like, you know, maybe the practice, for example, of binding women's feet.
Are you talking about like the quorum members, Crusha? Just to interject really quick, from my research, I've learned that the upper echelons likely practice the more fundamental aspects of the religion. Are you talking about like the quorum and people that want to be part of the quorum later on in life? That kind of thing? Oh, yeah. If that's, maybe somebody already did. Oh, okay. I'll look. Yeah, that's
is still not around, but there are threads of those
demon. I got my thoughts on that one.
Types of practices that still exist.
Because Annie Elise was one of the ones that pushed the Sound of Freedom. Yep, her and her little buddies pushed the Sound of Freedom too, which is really interesting.
Exists today, where you'd never bind your little girl's feet, but you might like take her out of school at an early age so that you can, you know, bind her mind so she can't be free and things like that.
You can't escape the origin story. A great example, because you brought up the culture of LDS. No one in the LDS faith leadership is saying abuse is okay. They're saying that you can leave an abuser, at the same time recognizing that abuse or what it is, or leaving it when families are together forever, is very difficult. So as you point out, there's strings, there's you know, strings and things that weave through origin stories or past practices that you can't just see. That's where generational stuff comes from. And it's not that anyone is saying abuse is okay or that you can't leave it. It just gets confusing and complicated.
Yeah. And if there's a cultural stigma around, like, okay, if not in this life, then in the next life, like even watching, what's the story with the TV show with it's Sister Wives with Cody Brown and all of his wives. They're like, well, you know, even if we divorce him, if we haven't like separated him through the church or whatever, we'll still be his wives in the afterlife. And I'm like, if I divorce you in this life, I don't want to see you in the next life either. No, thank you.
Thank you. Well, and as someone that went through that myself, I made sure I was like, nope, no way. It's done. Yeah, it's done.
Yeah. So, can you imagine? You're like, I've landed here at the Endless Heaven buffet on the other side of glory. Oh God, is that my ex? Like nobody wants that.
Yeah. You're like, oh, I came up to heaven and I'm hanging out with my ex again. This is heaven.
Right.
Oh, this is heaven where I get to like chill with that guy I left. Oh, hey,
Not awkward at all.
What have you been up to? Let's catch up. We're here forever together. Yeah.
Great. I was listening to you on Mormon Stories podcast, the 4-hour epic. Fascinating.
That was so long.
Fascinating.
I could have
First of
done
all,
better in part 2 because I was so tired though. But anyway, yes, it was so long.
I was riveted. But the thing that really moved me the most was when you talked about meeting Dr. John and him saying to you, like, okay, listen, I'll go to church if you want me to go to church. I'll take the missionary discussions, but like, I'm only doing this because you want me to. Like, it's not what's really in my heart, but if this is what's going to make you happy. And I'm like, that's so sweet and so lovely. And the fact that you were like, do you, boo? Like, be authentic to who you really are. I thought was so amazing. And I feel like that might be uncommon in not just LDS culture, but in lots of cultures, you know?
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, you're right. That was a moment where he's like, I will do this. And he meant it too. I will do this for you. But just so you know, I'm doing this for you. And yeah, that is true. And then I said to him, I said, no, you need to just be true to yourself and I'll be true to me. And you're right. I am very lucky, as I feel also extra guilty because I was so hard on him, Kathy, about his man cold. And now I'm sitting here not able to talk. So you're right, he's the best. I'm sorry, babe.
She really likes his credentials to use for her need.
Doing great. You're doing great. I'm not going to keep you much longer. I promise I'm going to let you get back to bed and cuddle up with a cup of tea. But I was just like, I couldn't pass the opportunity to have you on my channel. I was freaking out so hard.
No, Kathy, I have to like sincerely say I was excited. I think you're wonderful. And like I said, we need to be able to giggle in the true crime space. Like I said, like it does get overwhelming. And if we're going to keep our mental health, we need you. And you are such an important part of this space. So thank you for that. Thank you for allowing us to just come and allowing me to just come giggle for a little bit when I want to cry instead. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am always here for the gossip and the tea and, so thank you.
It's like, I want to know the facts, but like, I want to know all the details and all the things. But sometimes there are some channels that to me feel like grief porn. And I'm like, I can't, like, let's all cry together. Like, I can't do it. I can dip in and get like, okay, let me get the facts, let me get the details. But I love that you and John give Dr. John, let me put some respect on his name. That you give Johnny, the information. Yeah. You give the information that I want to know from, you as a reporter, him as a clinical psychologist, and a forensic psychologist. It's like, oh, this is the reason why this goes with this, goes with that. And it sort of helped me connect a lot of dots. And once I understand better, then I feel like, number one, listen, the bottom line, when I see like a tragedy or anything, I'm like, how can that not happen to me? How can I remove myself from that situation? Oh, when they walk down that street, that's when they get hit by, an anvil falling on their head. Okay, I will not walk down that street, whatever that looks like. I just want to keep myself safe, physically, spiritually, emotionally, all the things. And, if you guys can provide the education, then, I can provide the giggles about, who wore it best in court. Does Lori Vallow Daybell look like a Shih Tzu on purpose, or is it accidentally with her little top knot on her head?
I still have that question, by the way. Like, I still am trying to process what she was trying to do with that. I'm like, does she know? Does she know what she's doing here? Like I will forever be confused by that because she's got great hair. All of it. I'm sorry. Yes. Like, I hate to say that, but she's got fabulous hair. The woman
absolutely
has got great hair.
Does.
Yeah. Do you guys think she was trying to be relatable in these podcasts? What do you think her motive here was? What do you guys think?
Yeah. What did she do? What was that? I'm like, and also I just have to say this too. Like, the only thing we can see is the back of her head the entire time, right? And so she's got it like parted, the part, and it's like
I don't recall that part, Lisa.
Up, and you're like seeing her scalp, and it's a crooked part because she probably doesn't have the benefit of a back mirror in her, in her little cell. She's got this little tiny thing, and there's no back mirror, so she's just feeling it. Like, and then she's thinking to herself, I bet that's straight and that looks good. And we're seeing this part of her head we don't want to see, and she's thinking this is a good idea. I mean, and again, she's a hairdresser. She's got great hair. Girl, it's pleasant in the back if you just leave it laying down. I'll never get it.
Who gives a shit about her hair?
Have any friends? This is how she does not have any friends, because a good friend would be like, girl, let me help you. Yes, you can't see the back here. Let me just, I'm gonna take this, the tip of a pen, my pinky nail, whatever it is. She does not have real friends, because friends do not let friends go on TV looking a hot ass mess like she was, because she was looking a mess.
Do you think that
she don't have any friends? She don't have any friends. Chico, do you want a link? Sorry, I didn't even check my phone. I haven't even been looking at my phone.
That, like, the women like that maybe are like around her and like a cell are like, oh yeah, girl, you look great. You look good. You go out there like that. You do that. Yeah, that part's even.
Yep.
Yeah.
You look terrific.
Never look better, sweetheart. Go. And then they're just all like,
They don't like her. I'm telling you right now, based on I feel it in my spirit, they don't like her. And I feel like she's like bossy and has that takeover spirit of like, ladies, I am now going to teach you about the words of the great Chad Daybell or whatever the heck crazy thing is happening in her head. Like I can see her being a little bit, superior and better than you. And I'm going to be your mom and I'm going to be your teacher and all of that stuff. And they're like, you look great. Gone
right.
out.
And the whole like, I have better hair than you and I'm a hairdresser. And they're like, okay, we'll watch this.
My favorite thing about her story is that now that she's leaving Arizona, where she doesn't have all like the press coverage and all the things, she'll go back to Idaho where she's not going to be able to be on TV every time, people are like, I want to interview Lori. And she loves being on TV.
Yeah,
she loves the attention.
Arizona's a lot more flexible with that. You're right. No one was able to interview her ever in Idaho. She moves to, she moves extradited whatever to Arizona and everybody's like, oh, interviews right and left. But you're right. She goes back to Idaho where it's stricter. Go on. Yep.
And nobody is going to pay it. She will fade into obscurity. There'll be another crazy mom who does something else and they'll go, oh, remember Lori Val? Yeah. I remember that lady. Wow, that was nuts. And she will be remember when she'll be a postscript someplace and that'll be it. I think that'll be the most painful thing to her. That and never getting to be on Dancing with the Stars, of course.
It's almost like she didn't have anything left to milk out of these situations. Kirby Barbie, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Yeah, that gives me the ick. It gives all of this just
right. And that's just what Judge Borowski told us. He the Silver Fox judge, that she will fade into obscurity.
I think that's similar to what you're gonna do.
He nailed it.
I love that he quoted the Bible on her when she was like, well, the Bible says blah, blah, blah. He's like, hang on, girl. I got something for you. I know a little scripture. I was like, almost got the Holy
Ghost. I was about to stand up and be like, preach.
Preach.
Oh,
hallelujah.
Hallelujah. It's like, I was like, thank you.
Loved it.
Thank you.
I loved it because she acts like nobody. I know. I'm the one who knows. It's like, ma'am, you're going to go sit in your portal or whatever it is. I don't know if she still has contact with Chad, but the rumor I'm hearing is that Chad Daybell's children visit him frequently, which I thought was strange. It was who was it? Oh, Joel. Look, I think it was Joel Waldman from Surviving the Survivor. I'm almost sure it was him, or was it Josh? I don't remember. But what
was that look for, Lauren? What was that? What was that look for? What was that look?
It was Joel Waldman from Surviving the Survivor.
Why'd the eyebrows go up so high on that one? What's going on there? I know who Surviving the Survivor is.
I'm almost sure it was him, or was it Josh? I don't remember. But another podcaster was going to the prison in Idaho for like a tour or whatever.
It's her world. Yeah, it's definitely her world, but her world is crashing because I think it's going to come to light how shitty she has been and what tactics she's used to get herself involved with these families and the shit she's done behind the scenes or leveraged to keep herself in the spotlight around these cases. I don't think her tactics are going to be much different than Bullhorn Betty's, maybe just a little bit more polished because of her past with journalism. But I think the same grimy tactics are probably used and deployed. In fact, I think we're going to see a lot more.
Whatever it was. And they said that, you have to sign in. They were saying that all the names above their name had the last name Daybell. Now, maybe that's a common name.
The host of Surviving the Survivor.
In that part of the country.
No.
But there were a lot of visitors with the name Daybell, like several above whoever it was. That I'm almost positive it was Joel, but I could totally be wrong. But they were saying that all the visitors that signed in before them were all Daybells, and I was like, oh, Chad Daybell's getting visitors. That's wild.
People are saying it was Joel. People are in your chat saying,
yes,
I'm looking
Joel.
Down. Yeah.
This is what I get for ignoring the chat. I'm like, I'm so focused on. Wait, let me see if there are any questions in here as well. Oh, there's a bunch of questions in here. Okay, can you tell us about some juror reactions that you remember? I guess that was from what was the last case you were at?
Well, what Jimmy Waffles? Is that what they mean?
Oh, that it doesn't say. Shayna Hirsch just says, can you tell us about some juror reactions that you remember?
This jury was pretty clean with their reactions, but there was a day where there was one that she was just crying, and one in particular, and they, when they were seeing and hearing, that was the day of the children's testimonies. Miriam, her testimony was heartbreaking. She held it together until she said, my mom's name was Angela, and she just
Mm.
started crying. And many of you saw her victim impact statement as well. We have it on our channel.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's a heartbreaking victim impact statement too. She ends it with, "I'm so sorry that we're all here." Like she was.
It just seems so intentional because of how these got used. The only one that didn't get mentioned anywhere that I've seen yet in declarations or in this time frame is the Mormon Discussion podcast. Now, I'm glad because I like RFM and Bill, but they're the only ones that didn't get brought up in these declarations or a part of this time frame. It's super interesting though, but it goes to prove that when she is saying that she is in fear for her life and all these people are stalking and harassing her, it didn't stop her from going on all these shows.
Was apologizing. It was so sad at the very end of her victim impact statement. She apologized to everyone that this was happening. You can tell she's such a sweet people pleaser and like a.
They met years ago, Lisa, according to what she said. But John, again, I don't know him personally, but just what I've watched, how I've watched him over the years, John treats everybody with respect. And John DeLynn has been through absolute hell when he was excommunicated, the games that they played, the smear campaigns that they ran on him are very real. So I have a feeling that he led with his kindness and not wanting anybody else to be done the way he had been done. John just seems like a really good human and gives a lot of support.
So sad. But that day that she testified, at least I saw 2 jurors, but one in particular wiping a lot of tears. You know, she was having a hard time. That was probably one of the most poignant moments. Yeah.
Wow. Let's see. Simply Laura says, I see a potential
question. Annie Elise, is she still Mormon? I knew she was at one point in time, but is she still Mormon too? My God, the connections in this space. And why is that relevant? It is relevant. It really is.
link between the LDS church polygamy history and Jimmy Waffle's nasty little cheating habit. Your take on this, Lauren. Loved your interview on Mormon Stories, by the way. The cheating and the polygamy.
He did. A relative, cousin, funeral.
That's an interesting. I would not have put those two together, but that's interesting.
I think the person's name was George, actually.
I'm not going to say no. What I see more, though, I don't know if I see that as much as I think I see about a man being in control. I don't think it's like he's cheating because of a desire for polygamy. And I realize it could be subconscious too. I don't know. I haven't studied that. I'm no expert in that. I don't know if that's a thing. But what I do see maybe is just a man being in charge. And maybe you're right. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not the expert on that. That's actually is more of a psychology question. And I'm going to, but
defer.
Yeah, defer maybe. But I would certainly say he was a misogynist and treated women like objects. And they were there to indulge him in his own fantasy about who he is and how he feels about himself. And he used women to do that. And he objectified them and used them and abused them for his own ego. I'll say that much.
For sure. Let's see. Kondo says, do you feel the justice system needs an overhaul, i.e. maybe AI for jurors? How would that work? Like, AI can't figure out.
I don't know. I'm asking you guys, does she discuss that at all? I know at one time I heard that she was Mormon. I don't know for sure. But her connections to all these people, that'd be interesting if she is. Let me see what I can find.
How to put a hand with 5 fingers on it. I don't know that they're going to be that much better at juries.
I think that having jurors from all walks of life is really important.
For sure.
And I think that jurors that are just simply people living their life and all of a sudden get that in the mail along with.
And just so you know, there are people that are LDS. There's a woman that does speakings or like speaking. Okay, she is Velvet. Who does speeches that is called the Tattooed Mormon. So that is a thing. Hey.
Hello, lady. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I just got off work. Hey, Chet.
This is Chico for anybody that's new here. Chico just joined us.
I think it's very interesting, all the names.
All the connections.
Uh-huh. I do. I think it's very interesting, but I I don't know. I I don't think Lauren thought this all the way through. I really don't. I think she thought the internet will rally around me. Nobody's going to question me. And I'm just going to go ahead and move on with this. And everybody's going to be A-okay. Because if she would have researched, she would have saw, no, especially the true crime and crime community. No, ma'am. No, ma'am, Pam. That's not flying. It's not. How fast was those transcripts for you? How
Right
fast
away.
was, you know what I'm saying? So if she would have even looked up BHB or somebody like that and just looked up the fallout that comes behind that, but then again, I think she wanted the attention too, and you got it. So
She
don't
did.
cry foul. Do not
She
cry foul now. You wanted it. You made a whole 9-hour live calling people stalkers, go on a panel tour calling people subhuman, and then you wonder why you're getting the hate that you're getting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, I don't know any, especially and I understand the people that, that rode with Lauren are upset. I understand y'all are pissed off. Y'all have every right to be pissed off. Y'all do. Pressure has every right to be pissed off. You know, I get it. I do.
Well,
But
Crush has been pissed off because of the way her family has been exploited by true crime
exactly.
creators for over 6 years.
Hmm.
And the stories that they've concocted and manufactured and made up and what they've put her family in. Crusha isn't really true crime. She talks about what her family has gone through, but she has every right to be
Exactly.
angry about the stories that have been told on her family, whether factual or not factual. There's some things that, and we know how these creators maneuver, they find out anything and everything, and somehow they make it relevant to a crime or the case.
Hmm.
Yeah, right, Crusha. Yep.
Exactly. She does. And that's why I say you have every right to be pissed off, girl, because this really is some fuck shit. It really is. It's some hypocritical ass fuck shit because you do it to every other family. Like the Devil's Den, that happened in my neck of the woods. Are you really finna? I'm gonna leave that alone.
Crusha, that's why I was pissed the other night when she pinned your comment. I don't know if you heard me at first. I said she knew exactly what she was doing. She pinned you, she pinned Colby, she pinned Nancy Jo Hancock. The people that they were pinning was intentional to use that support and make her subs believe, and you guys didn't know what was going on. You had no clue, I'm sure, to the extent of what was going on. So of course you're going to show support. It took 9 hours to realize we had nothing to go on here. But in the beginning, of course, you see somebody broken and really think that something's going on, you're going to offer support. And then bam, here we are. Yep. And she is very calculated, just like Betty and BJ. They're yeah, she was super intentional with who she was pinning. Oh, yep. Brandy Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom, too. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So it's okay for her to exploit everybody else's pain, but soon as she exploits supposedly her family pain, everybody's supposed to fall at her knees. No, hell
Well,
no.
of course, that's the way it works out here. And you guys, on the Annie Elise stuff, I don't know if she, just to wrap that around too, I don't know for sure. I've heard that many times, but I can't confirm or deny if she is Mormon or not. I just know that she's in a lot of those circles. When the Ballard movie I can go into the whole thing. When that came out, The Sound of Freedom, I'll just give a quick synopsis of that. Annie, Dad Challenge podcast, some of the other ones that were really promoting it, got fake inflation of crazy numbers. If you go look at those videos in comparison in the post promoting that Sound of Freedom movie, it was distinctly, I actually covered it. It was drastically different. And a lot of times people within the church were being asked to promote those things because at that point in time, people still thought he was this hero of sorts and refused to look into it. So they were getting crazy inflations of numbers promoting that. And then they were going along with the stories of like the theaters. They had all this chaos happening in the theaters. No, they were astroturfing the theaters. That's what was happening. So
Lord have mercy. You gotta be kidding me.
No, it was a mess.
Oh my God.
Oh, and one other thing. For anybody wondering who I mentioned about the tattooed Mormon, her name's Al Caraway. She's actually really interesting to listen to. But her name is Al Caraway. She's wrote a book. It's Carraway. There you go. Okay.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah, she did.
Do you think it would have been better for her to just come out with a defamation suit versus all of this?
Okay, so I think if there's actually things that I don't know what kind of contracts she had for these contract workers. So depending on their employment contracts, if there was anything, I think there would have been like breach of contract, things of that nature around the employment pieces of it, or contracts, or no compete or non-compete clauses, situations of that, or releasing private confidential information from a business. I think that would have been the way to handle it if there is things. However, the more we are learning, the more I do not think that those things are even necessarily what happened. I don't think there was an adequate contract, if that makes sense. I don't think she probably had a contract with Lindsay. So then when Lindsay got a hold of all these messages or was a part of some of this stuff, which just sounds likely, that's another thing. Like, people think that instantly because we are calling Lauren to the carpet. I'm sorry, I don't know this Lindsay girl, this Christina girl, but at one point in time, what I take very highly into consideration here is these people used to be friends and in the same circles.
Yes.
Probably a lot similar.
Yes, they used to be friends from my understanding. I don't know too much about them either. I didn't even know about the Lauren chick until all of this happened. But I do know I wouldn't have known about her if she would have shut the hell up. If I wouldn't have saw, and I didn't even watch the 9 hours, I had to live vicariously through y'all about it because I can't do it. I ain't got 9 hours in me to see somebody fake cry. I just don't. But if she would have shut the hell up and just deal with it, not the ROs, because I'm sorry, y'all know I'm against this shit. That's fuck shit. You're not being stalked. But if she would have went about it a different legal route, she would not be having the reactions that she's having. But because she did it the way she did it, then went on panel tours and had all these creators co-sign her, I think that's what's really making that flame. You know what I'm saying? Like, not only did you add salt to the wound, but then you had to add dirt and more shit to it to try to plead your case, which really made us side-eye you because, like, what the hell? And now look, we got all this stuff coming out. You got people on your ass left and right. What you gonna do, Lauren? My suggestion, go ahead, get your production to work on the apology video. Not that I give a damn about it, because I don't believe you'll mean it, but what other way do you have out of this?
Get the ukulele ready.
That's all I'm saying. Like, what other way do you have out of this?
Well, she could be like a lot of other true crime creators and just act like this didn't happen, or use this for her benefit and get in the drama. You know, controversy causes views, so she might use it that way too. But here's my concern, and Crusha, I'm excited for that because holy crap, the Ballard stuff. Two notes really quick. Mike King, you guys were talking about Mike King. He absolutely is Mormon. Mike King is involved with an organization in Utah called the Children's Justice Center, which the Children's Justice Center is where victims of like sexual assault, abuse, that is where they are offered services. I mean, it's not always, but he does a lot of fundraising. And in fact, I think he was doing stuff with the groundbreaking of the new Children's Justice Center in Utah. Mike King is absolutely Mormon. Profiling Evil is his page. That's who you guys were talking about. And then there was something else. Oh, and as far as Crusha made a comment about the whole connection thing. So it's, to me, it sounds like, now Chico, you tell me if I got this right.
Okay.
Lauren got or introduced a podcaster or a production, somebody in the business, like an actual producer. She got or introduced Lindsay to this person, and then Lindsay started working on behalf of this producer or podcaster or whatever. So she introduced them, and it sounds to me like Lindsay might have been a mod in a lot of these true crime channels. If that's, and then somehow.
Yeah, I don't know because I haven't confirmed that one. I've heard it, but I don't know.
No, she's stated to be, when there's another story, one of the other big that was friends with Lauren, that they all kind of helped each other out.
Okay. Yeah, I do know about her being introduced to other creators because it's like a clique of them or something like that.
Annie Elise.
Yeah.
Who it's rumored to be that she was like a mod for, but they were all covering that same Valo Daybell. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Velvet, I don't think she's done.
No, you're good. You're good.
There's a big difference now. She's tanked her channel, but do I think her channel's gone? Absolutely not. I mean, look at Zive Girl. She's still on this app. You still got other creators on this app that probably did worse shit than Lauren that's still on this app. So I don't think her channel is done with per se, but right now it's not a good time for her. I can say that. She's not going to be rolling in no donos right now.
Well, she made it. I don't believe that either. I've said this before and I'll say it again, the ex-cult members. So ex-cult members, just like within Scientology, the ex community can become a cult after leaving the cult. The same tactics are used to silence opposition or control people. That can become a very culty overlapping space too. And it happens within the ex-Mormon space too. And it happens within the current Mormon space too. And I think she'll still get a lot of monetary support from her following, basically.
Oh, I can see that. Then and also the Patreon too. The Patreon is a whole fucking problem for me. I'm gonna be honest. That was a whole problem. And watching that video of them giggling and laughing while you're possibly destroying somebody else's life. And y'all know I'm a firm believer in don't put a jacket on somebody, especially if we don't have the proof, because y'all know the city I'm from, that shit'll get you killed. Real talk.
Her cheapest,
go ahead.
Her cheapest Patreon is now $8.50. So she's raised it just in the last few hours. She's raised it. Then $21.50 and $41.50. Yes. That's crazy.
For what? For what?
I'll tell you what I said privately last night. this involves Kresha. When Kresha was in burnt toast last night, I said to somebody, I said, the only thing my concern is that I'm afraid that she will, and Kresha said it earlier, she's like, she can't do any more than my family's been through enough as is. But I'm afraid she will come out and try to hurt the victims around these cases even more than she already has. That's my fear, is that she will, any of them speaking out, she will try to weaponize any information that she has garnered or gathered over the years and try to expose the victims even more than they have.
And I also think that as well. I think she said some shit behind the scenes that she knows if it gets out, I don't think it'll cancel her, but hitting on victims' families, it's not gonna land well. I know that much, but we'll see. Because I guarantee there's more coming out. I've been saying that there's a whole lot more that we don't know.
Oh, yeah.
That I have a feeling will come out eventually.
I do too.
But I don't. That girl need to be careful out here and how she moves, and stop. And that's another thing. Stop trusting everybody, and stop putting all these damn creators on these raggedy ass wooden pedestals. Because then when you get disappointed, you mad, you upset. They're human, just like us.
Well,
so what?
Some of them aren't even human, if we're going to be honest. Some of them.
You're right. You're right about that.
They're willing to do anything, sell anybody else's family out for $1 because they make good money. Yeah. We've heard people such as, what's the girl's name now? She does the prison stuff. I know she's problematic. Jessica Kent. We've heard Jessica Kent say, I played a video where she says that her production or her management team was encouraging her to get into true crime because that's where the money is. Exploiting people's pain and suffering takes no credentials. It doesn't take any integrity, doesn't take any ethics. And if you're willing to, especially travel and get right involved in their faces, it's a golden ticket.
Exactly.
People think there's no boundaries with this true crime space. There's no regulation. They can dig into every single person around the victims.
And that's bull.
Yeah, they concoct all these stories and create all of this sideline drama.
That's bullshit. When I covered Tyree's case, I wasn't digging Tyree's girlfriend up. I wasn't digging his child's name up. I wasn't. Now, Rovon, his mother, she was in the news. That's different. His stepdad was in the news. That's different. But I wasn't pulling up their criminal background check. I wasn't even pulling Tyree's because for what? At the end of the day, what happened? They killed him for no damn reason.
Yeah.
And I've always said, I'm not trying to make money off of no family's pain.
Yeah, but that's one of those corruption cases that needs pointed out. Look at this on your screen. 6 months ago, Grayson's only been with Lauren for 6 months. Hey, Miss Lee, I love you. Absolutely difficult, and that's what we've seen. Grayson's only been with her for 6 months, Chico.
That's crazy.
6 months, and this is how emotionally invested she is.
This is crazy. And you was just crying like that? Well, I don't even. I think that was for show too, but okay.
This is wild to think 6 months. 6 months is all she's been there with her through. Oh, there's her and Annie.
Yeah, see, I'm not, no. I gotta fuck with you, like, to ride with you like that. I gotta know you. You think I'm just gonna ride with nonsense with everything she says? There's times where I'm like, no nonsense, I don't agree with that. No, hell no. Leave that shit where it's at.
Very rare. I'm just joking.
She doesn't agree with me. There's times, no. No. No.
Yeah, no, that's true. That is true.
I'm not blindly following a creator because I love you. And I'm just gonna ignore all the fuck shit you do. No, if I truly fuck with you and you're my friend and I love you like I say I do, I'm gonna call you out. But I'm not gonna do it publicly. I'm gonna do it privately. Because that's how we're supposed to handle it. I'm not gonna make a whole damn live about you. I'm not doing it. If we're friends, if you're somebody I consider family and I value your opinion of me, because that's very big for me. If I don't know you, fuck your opinion of me. Bottom line, I'm not here to please you, period. But if I do know you and you sit here and tell me you're disappointed in me, I'm gonna take that at heart.
Yeah.
But blindly following somebody that you barely know for 6 months, hell no. No. Mm-mm.
And then getting this invested with all of them. Oof.
No.
But look at the pictures she posts constantly. Like,
No, ma'am. I would not be setting myself up in a courtroom like this. I wouldn't.
I was going to go to the sentencing or to some of the trial here locally, but then it just feels grimy to me. Like, I would love to see how the justice system works and stuff like that. But watching all of these people just salivating over the cases and the salacious details, and people would have wanted to know what this one was wearing or this one was looking. I'm concerned about the victims getting justice. Like, I don't know. It's become such a production from some of these people. It grosses me out.
Yes. Yeah, it has.
She really posts pictures. Here again, I don't understand this about CrimeCon. I'm going to say this. I don't understand the whole like getting pictures with these victims and their families. I'm sorry. They're not celebrities. That's weird to me. I don't know. I don't even know who half these people are, and they're like journalists and shit. So there's that too. Talk to me about the cult stuff, the religious space. I'm good. This stuff, I'm like, yeah, I'm not interested. It just feels so ridiculous.
That's wild. She only known that girl 6 months and about to go through a windshield for her. What the fuck?
It's super odd to me. Oh.
I just, no, man. No.
I'm looking through this, just scrolling and like, oh, here's my secret wardrobe hack. I rent most of the clothes I wear.
What?
Okay. All right. She rents most of the clothes she wears. Okay. I mean, hey, you do you.
All right, then.
Sure.
No, I'm good. I'm just buy my shit outright and keep it forever or until I can't wear it no more. Pika, yes, very entitled. That's why I came up here, because she's very fucking entitled.
Super.
Back to what Nonsense said earlier, she's right. If it was a black woman in court trying to get a RO or ex parte, do you know the hell she would have to go through just to get it? Or a brown person? Really, any person of color. You know how hard it is for us to obtain a lawyer because we live paycheck to paycheck?
This is wild. Yeah, that's a valid point, though, that I thought was worth mentioning today.
It is. Like, I'm sorry. When you get on here and say, I got 4 lawyers. What?
I know.
So you're finding enjoyment out of trying to make this girl squirm. To me, that's some sick shit. Now, don't get me wrong. I find a little enjoyment being petty, but you're trying to scare that girl for real. Then on top of that, 30 days in jail, ankle monitor, monetary restitution. Like, come on now. Lauren, who the hell is you?
This is interesting though. This is from the Delphi, Indiana, December of 24, which is 10 months ago. She's got pictures with Grayson here, but she doesn't officially confirm her hiring until 4 months after that. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
But Grayson is too, like, how did she get so I don't understand that whole situation or how she got brought into all of this or showed up in Delphi, Indiana. What's a 24-year-old doing? I don't know.
Well, I could tell you probably trying to make a name for themselves as a producer out here for YouTube. And then maybe swapping over to actual networks later, possibly just getting that experience because a lot of networks ain't fucking with you.
Here's
Straight up.
Yeah, that's true. Here's her and Annie again when Annie was on tour for her Seriously podcast thing, which I find to be, I'm sorry, I find it to be weird that these podcasts now have tours.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out what's up with the tours myself, but I just left it be because, they're getting sold out and all type of stuff. And I'm like, but what are you doing? Just meeting a person? And is it a meet and greet all damn day? Is that it?
Oh, this is their Maddie Soto coverage. Yikes. Ugh. Yeah, CrimeCon. Okay, now let me say this. Like, I think there's some things about CrimeCon that could be good, like the 501c3s, the charities, the foundations, networking as far as that goes. But these people go to salivate over crime victims and these horrific tragedies that these families have gone through. They're giving awards, like an award ceremony for the most horrific crime. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Miss Leah's been to one, but Miss Leah didn't go to take pictures with the victims and their families. She went because of her favorite, like, podcasters and things of that nature. So Miss Leah didn't have that weird, like, interest in the victims and their families. Miss Leah does, or saw it for the other side of it, like the network, the other piece of it.
And I understand and respect that side, but I don't respect the side of basically a lot of these folks are grifting off of someone else's family trauma and pain.
Oh, they've made careers out of it. And Miss Leah didn't go to, like, that's a huge difference. Miss Leah went to meet the podcasters. It's one thing to meet these TV personalities, but she wasn't focused on getting the pictures and the photo opportunities with, like, John Ramsey,
Right.
Gabby Petito's dad, things like that. Like, she had pictures, I can't remember who, but she went for the learning aspect of it and the aspect of, like, the podcasters that were there, not the other side of it. Does that make sense? So it makes
sense.
It is but it's still like a lot of the people that are in attendance are going specifically to get close to the victims and the families and get their opportunity of getting in with that, not for the networking or the learning or anything. They're going to salivate over these people's worst time.
Exactly. And I think that's the part that sets me off from it. Now, like I said, I get the whole wanting to meet your favorite podcaster and stuff. Absolutely. I could see that. I can see that all day long. It's just I'm here basically signing a book off that I wrote about what I found out about the Idaho 4, whatever the case may be. It's weird to me. But I mean, true crime writers was around before media, so.
Oh my gosh. Revival said Miss Leah went to meet JLR, and Miss Leah said back to Revival, JLR went to meet me. He got me on camera.
At least it wasn't behind Chili's, girl. Okay.
Miss Leah. Oh my gosh. No, but that's a big business too. It's like became the Super Bowl, and it's getting grosser and grosser as the time goes on. And I'm sorry, you can't take away who owns Crime Cron and Crime Cruise now either, and see what they're doing. These people have made a career out of exploiting families' pain and suffering.
Yep.
A lot of their hosts, the agency that owns CrimeCon, a lot of their affiliates, that's what they've done. It's oof. He walked past me.
A lot of people don't, because I can say when I first came, like people will tell y'all, I was green as fuck. I was so green, y'all. I had no idea. I had no idea. It wasn't until I started seeing this creator and that creator and nonsense go through weird shit with other creators, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the hell? And I see it's because this creator is putting out the wrong fact about something, and they're trying to correct it, and they doubling down and shit. Like, I didn't realize how toxic this sector could be.
Oh my God.
And how bad some of these creators were just for a little bit of change.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm like,
it's not a little bit of change.
Well, I know not a little bit, but I'm just, it's the same.
They make huge money.
You're willing to come on here and lie and destroy a fucking family for money, but you want to claim you're a victim and you're fucking innocent?
But here again, I mean, let's think about it. Most of the people who, quote unquote, are true crime creators come into it. Some of them will care about the facts, very few. And then the entire thing is posturing on a side, one or the other, whether the facts are there or not.
Mm-hmm.
They get wrapped up with that side. They push that side. Ta-da.
Yep.
Somehow they forget about the facts.
Yeah.
And they don't care about the justice. A lot of them will follow it through when the case is active and going, where there's attention on it. And then as soon as it goes into the court, don't care.
People forget. People get amnesia. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We saw that with Betty in the Quentin Simon. She went down there, got her bullhorn, heckled, screamed, hollered at the families, made a huge stink, was caught on the news, did everything. She got big numbers because she was creating scenes. And then as soon as it started to go through trial, she didn't even follow it at all. Didn't care to. Some of the lawyers, though, from LawTube are doing the same thing, too. They can break down the court documents. But again, they will pick a side and ride that through. Look at the Karen Reed trial.
Oh, Karen Reed was bad. It was so bad.
The LawTube.
You had creators falling out about that one.
Yeah.
Karen Reed was bad. It was major division.
Who's the creator that got too involved with Mark Means? I think that might come out that Lauren was a part of that. I don't know who Mark Means is.
I don't. Yeah.
It does.
Told you.
I don't know who. Yeah, that's one you follow majorly. She'll talk to me about it, and I'm like, I don't know a shitting thing about this. Like Miss Leah follows a lot of that stuff, and then she'll like try to explain. I'm like, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Oh, that's Oh, really? Lori Vallow's attorney? Yeah, no, I think there's going to be Mark Means was Lori Vallow. See, I didn't pay attention closely to that kind of stuff. I was really interested in the cult connections and the belief systems behind how they got there. So I followed more of that stuff around that case, not the actual like who was who involved in the case, the attorneys, the cousins of the brother of the once removed. This was
Right.
a 14th cousin twice removed from the family that has some salacious, like, I didn't follow any of that shit. That stuff to me is like, they get their spreadsheets out and they're like, here's this family member connected to this family, connected to that family that's never had a conversation, but has exclusive information about. I can't do that shit. That drives me fucking nuts. They did that with Kylie Rodney. Anybody and everybody that could have crossed paths with Kylie Rodney, they did that with. But I have a feeling we've got over 6 years of stuff that Lauren has been collecting on these victims and their families and the fuckery. We're just looking at this
In a different light.
backwards. Yeah, it's going backwards here. We are unraveling what she has done for these 6 years and how she got here. Now, I don't know the in-depth as far as like the case, the people involved in the case, but what I can tell you already is that she has used and manipulated victims and used her status within those victims and getting close connections for all of this. And that was extremely apparent the other night. In fact, I got another clip. Let me pull this for a minute. Here you go. Oh. Have you seen the reaction, they're after the 9 hours?
You're talking about the Patreon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Crazy to me. Okay, there's one part here that I want to point out. We can finish this one too. Are you going to hang out with me?
I can.
Okay. We'll just finish this one up and then I'll play the Patreon.
With their cable bill, that all of a sudden they've been summoned to jury, I think is a really actually good system. I don't think we want people that are too professional, actually. I think we want people that all of a sudden are pulled from their everyday life and they have to go sit there and listen to the evidence, as awful as it is, and with their peers, fellow peers, make a decision.
They're talking about jury pooling.
And when everything else is so AI'd, you're right. Like when everything else in this world is so AI'd and online and our communication is becoming online, this is like a moment where like actually we get rid of all of that. You have to sit there with your peers, discuss this with your peers, people that might not even have the same worldview as you or mindset or anything. And you guys all have to get together and weigh this evidence together. I actually think it's really good. And I hope that we, keep.
I love it. I think it's so beautiful. And sometimes when I look at these cases, I wonder like, okay, I
really like this Kathy from Gossip Rumor and Innuendo. She's got a really good energy about her.
Yeah, I like her attitude. She's very bubbly.
Yeah, she's very bubbly. She's informed, it seems like, and she's willing to like phone a friend, like she said, to get more insight into things. Like, I really like her.
Thoughts and feelings about this particular thing as a lady sitting here in New Jersey, but maybe a jury in Idaho or South Carolina or Mississippi, someplace else, the culture there is different. The people who are on that jury, if they're from that community, if they live in that area, then they know sort of how things go in that area. And I may have a view about it because of where I live, but it might be something totally different. The culture of that area, I think informs a lot of how these verdicts come out, in my opinion.
Right. I agree. I will say though, the idea of like AI, like putting in and being like, okay, who's right? Was his evidence enough? Is there unreasonable doubt? Chat GPT, like Jimmy Waffles is guilty based on A, B, C, and D. I bet that would work out. Right. Yeah.
Right.
But maybe, it also scares me to go there.
Trial,
I'm freaked out.
You happens to be.
Right.
Yeah, no,
I'm freaked out by AI. So like that question for me, I'm like, no more AI. Like AI is freaking me the heck out. So
yeah. It's weird. It's very weird. Let's see. Miss Kim wants to know, is Lauren going to CrimeCon?
Yes. That's so fun. Wait, so I was actually going to announce that later today. That was the thing where I said I'm taking a break, and then I'm like, well, I have a live actually later. But
she was going to announce this. How weird. Why does you going to CrimeCon need an announcement?
Yes, I'm going to go. Not to yeah, I will be there. That was like finalized, and so yes, I will. I'll leave it at that.
Wow. So she originally was not going to go. But then she decided to go. This was August 2nd. Okay.
That's awesome. I debated long and hard about it because I was like, it will be very, very people-y there. There's going to be a lot of humans.
So people-y. People-y is like the best adverb for it. People-y? Yeah.
Eek. But I've got, I have a room that's off property. So
look at her. Look how she just looked down at the chat right there after making that announcement. Watch that facial expression. Girl, I am blonde, blue-eyed, but the white woman tears and the white woman expressions here are killing me with this entitled bitch. I'm sorry. I am entitled to. I will say that, and I will. But this shit, gets under my skin.
I debated long and hard about it because I was like, it will be very.
What?
I said she sure looked down. She looked like
just her fucking snooty shit, man.
Very, very people-y there. There's going to be a lot of humans.
So people-y.
Watch how she does this.
People-y is like the best. Adverb for it. People-y? Yeah.
Eek. But I've got, I have a room that's off property. So I think it was Paul from Reporting Live from my sofa told me that you can sort of be there and be in the mix and everything. But when you're ready to just sort of be like, okay, I need to be done with this for a little bit, to just go and take yourself away.
That's true.
So, yeah. So I'm like,
That's
okay,
true.
I can sort of be in the mix and then be not in the mix. That would be really awesome.
Right. I'm going to take with me some of Aunt Vicky's fly swatters, and I'll have those to, for people if you see me. Yeah.
I love it. Oh, wait, then a couple of makeup questions came in. Crunchy Frog says, that's so funny about your foundation. I was going to ask about your eyelashes. I don't know if that was for you or for me.
Oh, the eyelashes are fake. The eyebrows are real. Eyelashes are fake. So they're extensions. Yeah.
The eyebrows are real. Yeah. Unfortunately, I say the same thing. Like, why the fuck would you do that? Carry on.
I do them every 2 weeks, and I go to my
beautiful,
wonderful woman Jordan every 2 weeks, and she just adds a few here and there. So there you go. Eyebrows real.
Thrive mascara. I was just like, she's just got a good mascara. That's all.
Oh no, I have like no eyelashes. Like really, no. Yeah. So
really,
yeah. So that's something I've been doing. Yeah. Yeah.
3Ds, that wouldn't shock me at all, but they are not keen on worldly people or outsiders, so it would have to be somebody that is known in this space of the FLDS or is FLDS, in my opinion. They're pretty standoffish with outsiders.
So wait, everyone needs Jordan. I can't clone her.
Somebody says, I wanted to know about your lashes. Your lashes are a really big hit with the chat, apparently.
I wish I could clone Jordan. Sorry guys, but she's great. Yeah. Every 2 weeks. So she takes like 40 minutes too. She's fast. I go in the morning, like at 8 a.m. She takes 40 minutes, and then 2 weeks later I go back again. So
it's wild. That kind of maintenance. I'm just like, nope, I couldn't do it. I do good to like wash my face to get online. Like I put on a lip this morning. I'm very pleased with myself. But I'm like, oh, that's as much as I can do. I'm usually here but like today I did wear my special Eggo Waffles t-shirt. Wait, I'm not even sure you can see it. In honor of Jimmy Waffles. But generally speaking, I'm like, I sit here unshowered. I've barely washed my face. I'm like, it's 4 a.m. I have a cup of coffee. Let's talk true crime.
I love it.
All right, have fun. He just talks to me like I'm not on live stream. Bye. Don't get any parking tickets. The king. If I get one more ticket from this man, I swear to God. Okay, sorry. I'm not gonna bitch about my beloved husband.
I think I like her because she's very real. She's just raw and real. She's like, God damn, you don't give a shit about what I'm doing. You just gave me the kill. Like she's real. She's not all like presented. She's just raw and real. I like that.
I have these tickets by mail. They keep showing up in the mail. I'm like, it's driving me out of my mind. Okay, let's see. Mrs. Parks, how did Lauren first hear about your channel? Oh, I think we covered that a little bit.
Yeah, so it was a Daybell case. I can't remember which trial, and someone sent me one particular video. I wish I could remember which one. I thought you were so funny. It might have been. Did you do something about the stairs in the house stairs in Daybell? I don't know. It was something. I don't remember.
Anyway. I literally don't remember what I said at the beginning of this video. So like, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah, but the internet came my way with Kathy, and I've liked you ever since. So
that's so crazy. Okay. Kathy says, thanks for everything, Kathy, and welcome, Lauren. Thank you so much.
Okay, this upcoming stuff is interesting to me.
Forrest Nelson gifted 5 memberships. That's so lovely. Thank you. Thank you. And let's see. Mrs. Parks says, love these two beautiful faces. Y'all are both half an FBI agent. Together, we're probably a full FBI agent. Lauren.
I didn't even catch that one. Pega? Is it Pega? Pega? Making up for the money I sent to Hidden True Crime. Thank you so much. Sorry if I butchered your name, and I'm sorry I missed that one. Mrs. Matt Murphy, thank you for becoming a new member. Welcome to the cabana. Side note, I guess Granny's Kitty Nelly is a fan of the catnip too. So there must be something with that brand. Check your community post. Janice in accounting, we figured it out. So most cat treats or catnip treats have cotton in them, or they're filled with cotton. These ones do not. It's natural organic catnip. That's why we only give them to them for like 10 minutes, because there's no additives to it. It's just straight catnip. But they love them. Those are amazing. Thank you again. I'm glad her kitty's enjoying them too.
You and your fact partner Lauren, you are our fact partner for so many cases. How do you balance being a mom and wife? Shout out to Dr. Babe, a reporter, a podcaster, and traveler. You're awesome. Yeah, how do you do it all? I just have this job and like one other. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I don't know either. I'm like winging it every day. I'm like, what the hell am I doing? I don't know when to start and when to stop. But I will say this, it would be absolutely, and you said that in there, shout out to Dr. John, it would be absolutely impossible without John. And I know how lucky I am. And he is such a great father. And he loves being with our son. You know, he's an older father, and he understands, and they are just buddies. And
so awesome.
so that's ultimately it, because if I didn't have him, I don't know if I could do it. And then how do I do it? I wish I could know, because it's sort of like a blur. And then you come home, you're like, what am I doing? Like, I can't do that ever again.
Yeah, please. I should have said this to begin with, but I don't have I'm not playing this with any intent of bringing Kathy into anything. Lauren did that. She's mentioned in a declaration. I was just curious to see what this was about, this interview, because I find it really interesting that she did 3 of them in this 4-month span, but she only promoted the one on Mormon Stories podcast in her 9 hours. I find this to be very interesting.
And then also I'm like, but wait, we got to do this. It's just like every day. I'm like, but we got to go do that. Wait, I got to go there. Wait, we got to do this. And then I come home and I'm sick.
I think I would really like Kathy.
I'm like, what the hell am I doing?
This seems great.
So,
how old is your son? He's still pretty young, right?
He just turned 8. Yeah, he's pretty young. So he just turned 8. And, you know, and if you come home a lot, and we celebrated his 8th birthday with Pokemon cards, and I'm busy planning his birthday.
You want to hear something freaking funny that some of my true crimers are going to just roll their eyes about? I didn't know who Anjanette Levy was. I had no fucking clue. I don't follow the true crime shit.
You ain't the only one today, because I don't either. So
I don't know who half they keep mentioning names about all these true crime creators, and I'm like, what the hell's that?
I don't know. I do not know. Besides, like the one that's been on this app for years. Like the Kindles. Other than that, I really do not be venturing in these streets.
I don't either. I review the people I review, but as far as a lot of these podcasters or production, I don't get my news. If I want to research something, you guys, I go research it myself. I don't rely on law and crime. I can't even say it. I can't even hear it straight anymore now that Jay has been saying it. Law and crime, whatever. I can't even do it. I don't like the true crime aspect of it, though. I don't like the salacious details. I think it's overstepping. I don't need all that. I need to know that the rest of the family is okay and that justice is seen. That's all. I don't want to know whose cousin twice removed 14 pounds.
Thank you.
I don't need to know all that. And that's where they get caught up so much. So a lot of these people, I don't really watch true crime from. I address true crime creators who are grimy motherfuckers. Absolutely. That's my wheelhouse. But I like the cult aspect of it. So I will follow something from the cult side of it. That's why I can tell you the breakdown of Tim Ballard and how they connect and the visions of glory and the Lori. I can go down that rabbit hole all day long. That's interesting.
Girl, your chat is showing out on us.
I know that. Look at us. We're being canceled right freaking now.
Period. We should relinquish our riches.
Miss Leah is not even joking either. Miss Leah would come to me and she'd be like, "Oh, do you like this? Who the hell is that?" Oh, you don't know? No. Who the hell is that? I know who some of these people are because they've been on documentaries that I've watched. But a lot of it, I'm like, hell no. I don't know who these people are.
It's just honestly, I cover enough shit here, and I need to get back on that. I know, but I enjoyed my break. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I did, because that shit gets wearing. That it does fuck with your mental, seeing stuff like that. And Kyrie's trial did not. The ones who was there, no, that trial did not sit right with me. Of course, I knew that was the outcome. I wasn't shocked.
Hold up. Hashtag case dismissed with 3 exclamation points. Unless your name is Becky or nonsense, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. You must not have been here to get the memo the other day. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me when to move on. I am 42 years old and do my show the way I want to. If we want a sidebar and talk about whatever the fuck we want to, this ain't a professional production. Go see Lauren. She produced a whole 9-hour segment for you. I'm not going to do that. We're going to fucking talk about this, that, and the other thing. If you don't like it, stick it up your ass. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel. There ain't no professional production over here. Stop telling. This is like the 4th time she has told me, can we do this? Go watch it on your fucking own if you're in that much of a hurry. Seriously. Oh, yeah. God damn. I can't stand that shit. Don't tell me what to freaking do. Chico and I are canceling ourselves right now because we don't know who these fucking people you guys worship are. All right.
Stop putting them on. Please stop putting them on pedestals, y'all. Don't do that. No, it's just I don't follow true crime like that. I really don't. I try to stay away from that shit.
By the way, there is a whole community that don't like Chico and I. I'm sure it's called the nonsense support group.
Yeah.
They probably have an opening. So
they got a few. They join and then they leave. I don't know why, but
the feral progressive, we know we're just being shits. We're just, oh my God. I swear some people just come in and they think, oh, well, yeah, take that sub right back because I'm not going to be the person for you. I'm not professional. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel and a lot of opinions and a good memory. Sometimes it's just not going to work out for people.
Yeah.
It's not.
Exactly. Fat mama, tell them. Yeah.
They're all like, this is nonsense. Nobody in here besides maybe a handful of the newbies are shocked. You might be shocked, but this is typical Becky. This is typical me. Like, I'm talking in third person, but I am living and fully embracing my I don't give a fuck era. I'm not here to pander to a bunch of strangers to make you. Most of you don't like me. It's okay. I don't like myself most days. It's all right. We are living and fully embracing our don't give a fuck era. That is what we do. We are not taking shit from no one, including a sub. And I encourage subs not to take shit. Well, unless you're trying to tell somebody what to do, then you might want to.
You got some out here doing too much.
Fuck. Some of them out here are offended by every little thing.
Doing too much.
Yeah.
Then be in a different chat saying the most wildest shit. That's the part that gets me. I'll be like, wait a minute, you was just sitting here talking about Jesus in this one, but over here. All right.
We do not care. That is right. We do not care. Coco, I needed that. But it's true. Like, we're just talking about this. We're going to break it down how we want to. There's so many different aspects of this. All of it. There's so many different pieces to all of this. That's why it's been really amazing for me to watch Jay. Jay's coverage has been incredible. But Jay picks apart the pieces like the true crime industry. She knows the players. She knows who these people are, like, because that's the arena she's been in. She's been around forever. So she knows the backstory. She knows these cases that they're talking about, how they got their start. I'm sure she is not shocked by the grimy nature of all this stuff. And then I have like the religion interest in it, and that plays such a huge role in what Lauren has done in the faith manipulation. That's very interesting to me. And then there's the characters such as Joe Schmo who get involved and they start involving themselves, and that's a whole piece of it. There's so many different parts and angles to this. You can watch the same thing and somebody else is going to have a whole different take. Jay's been doing great. I've been telling Jay that. I'm like, I've been loving her coverage. Okay, back to this. Sorry. There's my little tangent. But you can hang out. Just don't tell me what to do. Just save it. You can bitch about me in a safe space. This will never be a safe space. And your feelings, if you have too many feelings or too emotionally invested with creators, you're not going to like it here. I encourage people to recognize these are just fallible humans like the rest of you. They just made a career out of kicking people at their worst time. And we need to start recognizing what a lot of these people are. Not all of true crime is like that, but a huge majority of the big channels are. They got there by involving themselves and emotionally manipulating and exploiting these families. That's how they got there.
And becoming a part of the story.
Yes.
When you should have just been taking the story and relaying the story. Take the story, relay the story. Do not become a part of the story. Because then I really side-eye your ass. What you doing?
Or overshadow the actual victims with your own petty bullshit drama scene like this. But compared to the cases that she has covered, now think about that. She has covered some of the most horrific, brutal murders, abuse, stalking. And somehow her case is the worst. It's so bad. It
is horrible.
Yeah.
9 hours, horrible.
And they weaponize our court systems so much when they're already so broken. People need justice, not this fuckery.
So yeah.
That's good. So cool. We have 4 sons actually, but one of the middle, it's a lot of kids. It's a lot of boys. It's a lot of peeing on things.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, oh, the toilet.
Now, you know who my go-to was on the Daybell Vallow stuff? I can tell you, Justin Lum. I've adored Justin Lum and his reporting from Jump. But there was professional boundaries there that were very apparent.
There's I think it's Clorox makes this gallon-sized jug of, I forget what it's called. It's like urine eraser or urine remover or something like that. And when we first got our puppy, I got because they would piddle on the rug, and I was like, I can smell it. It's driving me crazy. So I got this kit that was like the spray.
He fucking walked herself to pasture. She said, "Watch this shit. I'm taking myself right to the pasture." She did too.
Bottle of urine remover, and it came with a black light so that you could find where it was on the rug. I took it into the kids' bathroom one day. I still have flashbacks. I had to. What else am I? I had to.
I'm gonna bump it forward.
So we got big kids.
I
and
know
4
that.
grandchildren. Yeah. 4 grandkids.
I have so much more to learn about you. That's wonderful. I can totally see you as a boy mom. I get that now. That's
so many boys.
Hatters Madness, thank you so much.
So many boys. I'm crazy about them. They're going to drive me out of my mind, but I'm crazy about them.
Yeah, I love them. I love them. I have to say, I thought I wanted a daughter always because, I was the only girl growing up. My family did adopt my sister when I was in my 20s, but I was the only girl growing up. And I just wanted that opportunity. And John also comes from all brothers. So he was like, I want a little girl. And, we were never just going to be a one and done family either, but we are. That's what happens when you're old and tired and you have one thinking you're going to have 3. You're like, oh, that was good. Yeah, nope. We're just doing one. I love being a boy mom too, though. I just have to say that, I wouldn't change it for the world. So this idea in my head, I'm like, oh, and I see the little girls he goes to school with and all their little frills. And
Jay, that's why I've been loving the coverage that you've been doing, because I don't know all of the backstory of the case like that. And so you've been able to piece together quite a few of those spots for me.
I'll never be able to do it. I'm like, I'm so glad, get them a Nike t-shirt and call it good,
Done and done. They are disgusting in some ways.
They're so disgusting. They're so disgusting. And it's adorable.
I never wanted girls because.
Okay, I want to remind you though, in the meantime of this, that this is airing, she is somehow claiming that her child is struggling majorly. I
was terrified because
I know she's not going to offer up that information on this podcast, but still,
like I see my mother and her relationship.
She admits that she's not even home. Dr. John is the one that's basically home with their child all the time because she's on the road at these trials.
With her mother, and then my sisters and I, and our relationship with our mother. I was like, I don't want that for myself. I'm happy. My husband would kill for a daughter. Now we have 2 granddaughters, so that's enough. But I'm just like, oh, me and all these boys, this is wonderful. And then when they were little, I remember they were like,
I wonder if they have an apartment that they rent in Utah when she goes home to visit her mom, or when they're there, if that's what this place is that she's always at.
Fighting back and forth, and the 2 little ones were screaming like maniacs. And I was like, what is the problem? And they're like, Jordan is farting on us. And I was like, Jordan. And he's like, it's not like it hurts them. And I was like, that's not the answer.
Like, he has a point. He has a point.
That's not the answer. So gross.
I think we can be done with this one. I think they just talk about their kids. I want to play a little bit more of this one though. Yeah.
So she couldn't have been experiencing any distress. Like,
so this is when they were talking about her when they were reading Christina's declaration. I'll back that up so you guys can understand and we can wrap it all together.
Well, I like to think I was never in the group. In their eyes, broke away. I don't
in their mind.
Yeah,
True.
in their mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I find it really interesting after all of this 9 hours of her saying, they were friends, they were colleagues, they were hurting her so bad. Then she tries in this after show to distance herself from the relationships and the friends that they were. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other point. I think a lot of these people had some perception that you were much closer to them than you were. You were never close to this group.
Yeah, I thought they were kind. And I thought they were warm.
Well, if you weren't that close to them, why are all these messages about you love them and you will always hold them in high regard and stuff? What?
But right, I have many friends from many different circles, and there was.
Oh, do you now?
Never. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking, but
relationships out of convenience or benefit.
Well, my point is that getting back to where this whole discussion started, that we're on Patreon because we want privacy. But then I realized that in their declarations, they say that everything we do and say is being followed. Every word we say is being critiqued, right? And take it in that example in the declarations, it's all taken out of context.
Well, let's hear the reason why she brought it up, because it was very confusing. Like, what point are you trying to make here? The Patreon episode, which, by the way, was pre-recorded, so it wasn't recorded on July 6th. But
right.
The episode contains no indication that Matthias was afraid, distressed, or panicking, which directly contradicts Matthias's testimony that they were unable to function in daily life.
Okay, you guys have heard the supposed reason for the coughing. She claims that she is coughing due to stress, that all of a sudden this coughing, I'm not even joking, is because of stress. And that's why so much had to be edited out of the Mormon Stories podcast, because she was coughing.
You were shitting me.
No, I'm not. Hold on.
Wow.
I was like, what the fuck? Okay.
This girl is real.
Here you go.
Declaration in this, and so
and speaking,
she decided to go on a show, and I said she could do that, just as long as she deserved that. We've been so worried about her. You guys have been so worried. The coughing's beginning.
Hairball? What was that?
People pointed that out on the live. They were like, oh, this is when your coughing started.
People pointed it out on the live that's when your coughing started.
Did get through the 9-hour live without coughing, but here it goes again. So everyone can know now what it is. So
yeah, the coughing is tied to stress, and you've been.
What?
What? Somebody Google that shit for me right now.
Barbara.
Somebody Google that shit for me right now.
Barbara says stalker-induced cough. What?
Mormon stories, you talked about the fact that you have MS, multiple sclerosis, and
I have friends that have MS, and I've never heard any of them state that they cough
there have been, in my opinion,
due to stress when their MS has flared up. I've never heard anybody state that. Now I need to find out if this is a side effect.
I've never heard of stress cough, but okay. All
I
right.
haven't. I've heard of kennel cough.
Yeah, but I ain't never heard of stress cough, but okay. All right. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt. Possibly. I don't know.
I know. I'm like, what the hell?
you have appointments coming up with neurologists. There have been flare-ups of your MS. It's gotten worse because of this. It's affected your
Yeah.
Longtime followers of her, if anybody is in here that is no longer, has she been talking about having MS for years? No, I don't wish anybody to have MS at all. No one. And I know there's varying degrees of it, but has that been something she's talked about at length or over the years of having MS? I just recently learned about it on the Mormon Stories podcast. Was the first time I'd ever heard her say anything about having MS.
For lack of a
Spasm.
better term, your disability with MS, and the coughing's part of that, but stress and MS
Velvet
are not
Fox,
a good combo. So it's been really
that's a good thing to point out, Velvet Fox. That could
Yeah.
be
hard.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know anything. I've never heard this before, so it's all new to me.
For me to watch you go through this, and to watch your health deteriorate to some degree, and it's just, the whole thing is,
Sweet one, thank you.
and it is, I feel better that we can talk about it on the one hand. On the other hand, I want people to know that we fought ferociously to keep this private. Our goal was always to keep this private. Right, we came in to make it. We came in from the start with this as being a private case.
Okay, some of your guys' explanations make sense. That it could cause, because of the swallowing function in the nerves, it could cause a cough. Okay, I can get down with that. But I'm interested that you guys are saying that you've never heard her mention MS until the Mormon Stories podcast. Okay.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah. Huh. Stress can cause coughing, especially anxiety, according to the internet. Interesting.
Well, I learned something new today. I
I
honestly
didn't know that either.
I did not know that. So thank y'all for doing that for me, because I was legit curious about that, because I've never heard a doctor say that. So
Yeah, I've never heard anybody around me I say that, but that's interesting. Thank you guys for Googling it and looking it up.
Yep.
Huh. Timing is everything.
We were vigorously defending keeping our privacy intact until Law and Crime came in. And the media request was granted, in spite of our, as I said, in spite of our very, very rigorous objections to not having our privacy in this matter. Our goal was always to get this injunction, to get it enforced for several years, and to go on with our lives, and to not talk about it this way. That was never our intent.
Yeah, we enjoy sharing a lot of things online, and we don't want to share everything online,
Okay, that's interesting. Hold up. I want to back that up.
Very rigorous objections to not having our privacy in this matter. Our goal was always to get this injunction.
Our goal was always to
get it enforced for several years.
To get this injunction enforced for several years.
And to go on with our lives, and to not talk about it this way. That was never our intent.
Yeah, we we enjoy sharing a lot of things online, and we don't want to share everything online, you know. And I know that a lot of people on the live that were also asking how you were too. So how are you doing? You mentioned your blood pressure, but how are you doing emotionally? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Let me, before I talk about that, and well, I should ask, the first thing I should ask is how you're doing.
Yeah, no thanks. I'm gonna back it back up to 24 minutes.
The Patreon episode, which by the way was pre-recorded, so it wasn't recorded on July 6th.
So this is where she's talking about that episode that Christina mentioned in her declaration, and it's called Cults and Conformity.
Right.
The episode contains no indication that Matthias was afraid, distressed, or panicking, which directly contradicts Matthias's testimony that they were unable to function in daily life and that the situation has persisted for 4 months. It contradicts the testimony that Matthias's husband, a licensed psychologist, reportedly the very next morning confided that Matthias was, I don't want to say it, but rocking in bed just hours after posting that. So, and we'll talk about all this. Let's not even get into all this now, but we'll talk about it tomorrow. But
I just want to say that enrages me because it's so ridiculous.
But those are the type of things in their declarations, by the way. That's
the most absurd argument. Like,
I find it very interesting in that 9 hours that she didn't find time to read the other declarations. Huh.
I'm gonna shut up and listen.
Like it's the most absurd argument in the sense that somehow your behavior on a show is
This filter did a good job on her eyebrows and her nose, though. It's cute.
going to forecast or predict how you're going to act the next morning, or like, I mean, performers mask inner turmoil all the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many times in the last 6 months where you and I have been like, I don't know if I can do this. And we're like, we got to do it. The show must go on, right? We know that cliche.
Yeah, actually, that was actually a part of how I stayed focused, was working. What do you guys do when you're in turmoil and in pain? I work. I love working.
Yeah. I'm glad that you love to work and that you love working and that's how you mask turmoil and pain. But a lot of people cannot do that. And I'm with you, Ava. I am not. That's why it's interesting to me that it's just now being mentioned in the Mormon Stories podcast, that longtime listeners of her had no idea about this. Again, she could have it. There's multiple stages of MS, multiple different degrees and things of that nature. So I have no knowledge that she doesn't. I'm not trying to say she doesn't. However, it doesn't excuse her behavior in any way, shape, or form.
Working or looking at clothes on.
And again, I go to, okay, stress is horrible for MS. That is true. But she induced, like, most of this is self-induced stress. Most of this was her setting up things to get in front of or try to stop the fucking messages from being released, in my opinion. She was doing damage control and causing the majority of the issues. She was seeking out these confrontations and these spaces and then creating more stress off of them, go into the police, call them, all of this stuff. She created 99.9% of it, in my opinion. Now, I have yet to see that we have a lot of missing information here. So I'm not going to give Christina, Lindsay, and all of these people passes that they're not just as shady. Again, I go back to, they were friends at one point in time. Could there be more to it? Absolutely.
Online window shopping.
But the disconnect, like to make the logical
Harley Ryder, I cannot confirm or deny.
Leap from, well, they did a show, so she couldn't have been experiencing any distress. Like,
but yeah, it keeps going. Around the same time, Matthias also appeared on an episode of the Mormon Stories podcast. where she shared her thoughts and personal details about her life. But do you guys want to know how hard that episode was? Because John DeLane on Mormon Stories does very raw podcasts. Like, he doesn't edit a lot. They had to edit so much. It actually took 2 weeks for them to edit because I couldn't stop coughing. Had my inhaler. They had to edit so much because I was coughing throughout the entire thing. But this contradicts Matthias's testimony that she was living in fear and unable to function. Instead, it illustrates how Matthias is using this proceeding to quash public discourse on topics that she has spoken about in various media. More recently, she appeared on Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Kathy, I forgot to mention to you, Kathy, you made it into my stalker's declaration. I appeared on the Gossip.
It's like she thought that people getting mentioned in these declarations would just automatically take her side or feel pulled in to align with her in some way, shape, or form because she did them a favor by coming on their shows almost. I don't know. It's so fucking weird.
How she says it. It ain't right. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And
I really liked that Kathy that we watched. Like, I'm glad we watched that episode. I enjoyed her.
Yeah, she's funny as hell. She's funny.
Lauren made it awkward, in my opinion. Like her.
It was cringe. It was cringe. Very cringe with her.
Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo podcast where she announced that I was attending CrimeCon and discussed numerous other topics. Has 12,000 views, 250 comments. See the link. Still not sure what this matters. And then she actually doesn't explain why that matters. And then declares under penalty of perjury, and then it's signed. She doesn't actually even explain why it was important to share the.
I think because it shows that by showing up on other podcasts that you can't possibly be experiencing distress or anxiety or fear from what's going on. Right. I mean, that's the argument. They're also like to pull out.
I actually feel even worse now that I didn't read my stalker's declaration because I would love to have gotten Kathy.
This right here, I feel I can't get over this statement.
Fear from what's going on.
I just can't.
Right. I mean, that's the argument. They're also like to pull out.
I actually feel even worse now that I didn't read my stalker's declaration because I would love to have gotten Kathy subscribers. I love her channel by reading that she made it into my stalker's declaration. So she also shared, by the way, on a members only video today that she was contacted right before I appeared on her show as well.
Isn't that odd?
What the fuck?
That statement is so odd to me. I'm sorry. One more. I'm doing the J. I got to hear it one more time. This is so weird to me.
Podcast that you can't possibly be experiencing distress or anxiety or fear.
She feels worse now that she didn't read her stalker's declaration.
Fear from what's going on.
What?
Right. I mean, that's the argument. They're also like to pull out.
I actually feel even worse now that I didn't read my stalker's declaration because I would love to have gotten Kathy subscribers. I love her channel by reading that she made it into my stalker's declaration. So she also shared, by the way, on a members only video today that she was contacted right before I appeared on her show as well by someone saying, beware of me. So, I mean, every single person I was collaborating with was getting emails and messages about me. It was exhausting. I
see, and this I don't necessarily believe this because, again, the only one that she really showed proof from was John DeLynn. I don't know. It's so off-putting. And then listen to his follow-up.
I stopped appearing with people.
He stopped appearing before on the 9 hours. She was being canceled from networks, blacklisted. She couldn't go on shows anymore out of fear for those people being attacked or targeted. Like, what? Just because people are reaching out and saying, yeah, there might be more to this person than you realize, you might want to do your research. That's kind of a professional courtesy sometimes. Could be seen that way too. I don't know what was all said to all these people.
By the way,
but I don't know. I feel like now I'm going on a whim here. This is speculation, But I almost feel like she set up these scenarios in hopes that they were contacted or somebody reached out. So she had evidence that people were reaching out to professional contacts of hers.
And that's a possibility. We have seen it before.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't be the first time a creator does that.
Wait a second. Monica, Kathy never said that? That she was reached out to? Oh, Lord.
That Kathy's going to share that with us. That's now going to go into evidence.
And he says, Kathy is going to share that with us. It's now going to go into evidence. Evidence for what, sir? She withdrew her complaint. Evidence of what? Thank you, Monica. I appreciate that. Evidence of what? What are they collecting evidence for?
Probably another case.
Oh, my God.
Oh, a lot of people have been reaching out. Oh,
Yeah.
We're learning
Right.
a lot.
That if you don't think this is stalking, then let's,
I know they're like literally stalking in the declaration. I'm like, you guys are watching me on Patreon and other.
They're stalking in their declarations because they're watching you on public or paid what?
People's channels.
and also, right, reaching out to all of our personal and professional contacts, like that is stalking. There's no other way around. Like
it's also torturous interference, and when you're lying about it, it's
torturous interference.
No, girl.
You're breaking up some.
What the hell?
It's torturous interference, Chico.
How the hell are you being tortured? What?
I mean,
yeah.
It's.
Let me hit this button before I make some fucking sideways ass joke about the only torture you're being subjected to is when you look in the mirror and see those brows every morning. Come on.
It's trying to ruin our reputations. Like telling what
trying to ruin your reputation, sir. Your wife did that. Your wife did that. Look at her. She did that.
What did she tell Kathy? That to beware of you because you're so evil.
Well, I have it. We'll.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but
we'll just save it for later. Yeah.
So now they're saying that he doesn't even know what Kathy said. Yeah. She says, "Oh, we'll talk about that later." No, ma'am, you just talked about it. You just brought it up. You just said, "Oh, now we're going to talk about it later."
You cannot make this shit up on your best day, bro.
Oh. I think we need to retitle this, and I think I'm going to. The Real Secrets, or the Real, no, what should we call it? The Real Housewives. They're not really housewives either. So, the Real Dirt.
So, I mean, one of unintended consequences of your live is that we're getting a ton more people reaching out to us saying, this happened to me too.
Mm-hmm.
I said it the other day. Now I can't remember what I said. Something about the real lives and dirty secrets of Mormon true crime creators. And the Mormon piece does matter. Utah Mormon piece. The tortured entanglement
that these people
I don't know. But the persecuted ones.
Torturous. See, I can't even say the damn word.
The tortoise shells. God, between her and Betty, I don't know what's worse.
Reached out to me too. They're trying.
We got to come up with a name for him, though.
Trying to hurt you in every possible way.
Hormones.
All of that is now going to be entered into evidence.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Anyway,
Mormons and martinis.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So anyway,
Mormon.
Yeah, we got bit into,
So
we
we're-
got bit into the weeds. This is like this is how John and I talk. Yeah, we got into the bit of the weeds. We just wanted you guys to know we're okay.
And just an FYI, if anybody's mad at me pointing out that they're LDS or Mormon, I'm sorry. That's not me. That's them. I'm just pointing out what they say. And this is their stuff. Like, she's a proud LDS member.
But
That's
how
her
does
words.
that? How does that work? And you hate the temple?
I don't know. I'm actually thinking about calling one of the bishops that we know that is amazing and asking him how is that actually viewed?
Yeah, yes. I'm for real. How are you able to maintain membership?
Well, their membership numbers are down quite significantly.
Oh,
They
okay.
have been
Got you.
down.
Got
So
you.
they're a little bit more lenient. They didn't even excommunicate Valu, I don't think, and if they did, it wasn't publicly done. It took a lot of pressure for them to excommunicate Tim Ballard. But I'm really curious about that. I've been really curious. How do you be proud LDS and then say you hate the temple? Like, that is everything that they stand against. And she would have had to have been temple recommend to go on a mission, wearing the garments and stuff. I don't know. I'll ask Kyle.
I'm just curious because isn't that like a main part of LDS? But I don't know the religion like that, so I'm not gonna swear to that. I was just curious because when you said it the other day, I was like,
No, it's a huge thing. It is temple recommended. Everybody wants to be or strives to be, especially in Utah, temple recommended. They wear the garments, they follow the doctrine, they don't drink, hot coffee, things of that nature.
Okay.
The temple that's how they get access to these different levels. They're not believers in heaven. They have three kingdoms that they believe in, three different levels. No. Hank, get her. No. Get her, Hank. Don't let him in, honey. He's bugging Bella. Sorry, Hank's deciding he wants to play with the teenager taking the garbage out.
Okay, and we'll be back.
He wants to eat her. But yeah, it's a whole thing. No, NJ, I do not. Yeah, see? No, you cannot hate the temple if you are a practicing Mormon, because the temple is considered sacred. Hating a sacred object would be contradictory to the faith's teaching. Absolutely.
exactly. That's what we're trying to figure out. Then how in the hell are you still LDS if?
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not knocking your religion. I'm not knocking anybody's religion. I'm just curious as to how that works, especially with a religion like that, where I know it's levels to it, and you have to do some real strenuous stuff just to get to the temple.
Yeah, it's not. That's why it doesn't make sense to me, because that's the goal. Like, yeah, it's blasphemy. I don't know. It's very interesting. But again, I think that kind of goes to show where she has a lot of one foot into something and one foot out of something. Like, there's very much whatever is needed in the moment for her.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's strange.
Soon, and we love you guys. And thank you for caring about us and for your kind messages. We're still reading them all, and we're going to be okay. Is your blood pressure going to go down? Oh, and people are saying how I'm doing. I think I feel better. I think you do too, John. You talk for yourself. I feel better to have shared my story. Still didn't share it all. Like I said, I'm already regretting that I didn't go at least maybe 10 hours and just have read all these declarations. But their response to what I shared. But I think we're still nervous. My point is, do I feel better that the truth is out in the open? Do I feel safer? I do.
What?
But I dread what's next still. I'm just like, what now? And what's next? I
know. I don't. On that issue, I'm glad we told our story. I think there's a lot more to talk about in terms of, there's parts of the story we haven't even begun to touch in terms of proton emails, and like It's just
I know.
it's been unending, and like, to answer your question, I haven't slept the last few. I haven't slept for like 3 nights in a row, or
Oh, babe.
minimally, and the reason is because I think part of this is a bit.
Okay, I'm going to show you for anybody that wonders what the heck we're talking about as far as the hate the temple. That wasn't on Mormon Stories podcast. It was on Mormon Discussion. And here is the piece where she says this.
I hate the temple. I've always hated the. You know who was attending the temple? Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. You know who else was? Elizabeth Smart's kidnapper. I hate the temple. I've always hated the temple. To me, the temple is just a place where people pretend to be something when actually they're not. I
mean, there you go. There's her own words about it. I don't know. That's weird.
Big part of this is the intimidation, right? The fear and intimidation component. And
so after the 9 hours, she feels safer, even though she accused somebody of being a stalker. She put a shit ton of names involved in a situation that are not involved in. She did what she took a whisper campaign and escalated it to beyond a heckling campaign. And now she feels safer. And, you know, she just told her story. What? I
think like the reason I haven't slept is because I keep thinking, what's next, right? That's what they want.
That's exactly it. I felt so relieved after.
Have you ever heard of take some Ambien and go to bed? Like, what the fuck, man? You're a doctor. I mean, not that type of doctor, but come on.
Alive, and then I wake up and I'm like,
come on.
What's next? That's exactly. I'm like, what's next?
Oh, somebody might put my voice to something. Oh my God.
What's next? These people.
We don't know who. We don't know. We're not sure, Lulu. A lot of people have suspected it to be Banfields, but I don't know for sure.
People are not like normal people.
And we're also, Lulu, hearing that there's potential connections between Grayson working or like modding for or adminning for other creators before Lauren too. That's not confirmed either, or who. It's rumored that it was Annie Elise, but we're not sure on all of that yet. But she is only like 6 months ago, Lauren posted a picture of Grayson and said, you know, she's now a member of Hidden True Crime. But 10 months ago, she has pictures of her and Grayson together in Delphi. I don't know. Okay. Well, let's go with what knocks people out. I don't know. Eat a gummy. Indica, not sativa. Eat a gummy. Dr. Babe.
Would see that
you're in a legal state.
And they'd say, okay, enough's enough, and walk away. But not this group. Like, this group is vindictive and they're vengeful, and there's going to be some type of retaliation. We know that. Right? Like,
Monica,
they've trained us for that.
I'll go grab it.
It's threat after threat. We're going to ruin you. We're going to take your kingdom down, right?
What kingdom?
Like they trained us for that?
Yes, bitch. Yes. That's what was said right there. Let's back that up again.
Okay. I'm like, didn't nobody caught that?
Chico, I think they were prepping for WAR, like we've heard another crazy loony. For anybody that doesn't know, I'm mocking BJ and her other half, Craig, right now. I forget I need to give a little bit more context to this. Craig says you can't say war. They have to spell it. Or BJ says that Craig can't say war. So they have to spell it. So they always talk about, you know, oh, WAR. And I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? Okay, we got to hear about this training now.
What's next? That's exactly. I'm like, what's next?
What's next? These people are not like normal people. would see this and they'd say, okay, enough's enough and walk away, but not this group. Like this group is vindictive and they're vengeful and there's going to be some type of retaliation. We know that.
They've remained silent.
Right? Like they've trained us for that.
They've trained us for that.
Okay.
We get it's
What? Who's the vindictive?
Yeah.
Who does this sound exactly like?
Yeah.
BHB and BJ. Holy shit.
I did not catch that trained us part. I did not catch that at first.
Mm-hmm.
threat after threat. We're going to ruin you. We're going to take your kingdom down, right? Like,
how is we're going to take your kingdom down become a threat? What kingdom do they have? What kingdom? You don't have a kingdom. So what's this threat of we're going to take? Where's the threat? I would have laughed at that and been like, what kingdom? What are you talking about?
We've got all this stuff on you.
I know, and not even in their declarations did they bring it.
Yeah.
What do you have on me? They just hate
Well, they
me.
have private texts, but yeah.
I don't think they do. Yeah.
Oh. She don't like him acknowledging that.
Their declarations did they bring it?
Yeah.
What do you have on me? They just hate
Well, they
me.
have private texts, but yeah.
I don't think they do. Yeah, I don't think they do. If they had them, they'd share them.
Well, there's
baiting people to share the text messages because then she has something to potentially sue for, depending on, but not necessarily. She might have ruined that opportunity already. BJ is allegedly with Brittany J. She is another quote unquote true crime creator who exploits families and victims and weaponizes our court system. She is just one of many. She is an absolute shit show.
The threat of private text. You've gone through all your private text. There's nothing in there that's earth shattering, but they think it is. So anyway, I think just to clarify, we're
Lisa, the same grouping together. They, them, y'all, not being clear on who's done anything, calling one person a stalker, meanwhile talking about everything that everybody else did that's not the stalker. Mm-hmm.
We're going to be doing these on Patreon, even
Thank
though
you, Monica.
they're members. Some of them are members of Patreon, so presumably they're going to be listening to all this. But we feel safer not doing this publicly, so we will continue to talk about this, but we feel most comfortable doing it in this format. So we are very grateful to our patrons, by the way, who have been, really this platform has really kept us afloat when we were struggling the most during some of the early years. So thank you for your support on here.
For your very kind messages, and thank you for
Monica, did you just email me? If you did, I haven't got it yet, but a few. Oh gosh, I have a lot of emails.
I love how that time just changed in 3.5 seconds.
Mm.
I love that. I love that transition y'all did there. Okay.
Well, and this video was edited. Multiple breaks in this video that were very interesting that I wonder what was actually said and why they were cut out.
Yeah.
coming and being here during this time, and if our stalker is continuing to listen.
Oh, they're listening. Go ahead.
Oh God.
Thanks for being a Patreon member.
Dude, you can't put that in.
I don't know what else to say. It's weird, but
Well, I guess I could say thanks to all of our patrons except our stalkers. Like, I don't know. That's weird.
I know, I'm grateful for them too. Supporting our
No,
channel.
why don't we say thanks to our patrons, including our stalkers. And hey, you know, if you guys really want the scoop, you're gonna have to upgrade your tier level.
Yeah, I mean, they're fear for their lives, filing stuff in court, want ankle monitors on people, everything. But now they're giggling and laughing. Well, you need to upgrade your tier. So which is it? You can't have it.
That's kind of shitty because you're shitting on your subs too while you're sitting here trying to provoke the stalker. You're also telling your subs you ain't getting shit either unless you.
It's edited, Lisa. This is edited for a reason. The voice is changed and the appearance is changed on purpose.
That's wild. That's wild as shit.
This is wild, yeah.
You want all the private texts.
Yeah, please.
I would like to know how many people she has struck. I'm hearing that she went on a striking spree of creators from the Delphi stuff.
Please upgrade your tier level to get the full, the full Patreon experience is at the higher tier levels.
Right. All right, everyone. Okay, we're good. We'll be back tomorrow with a longer, more in-depth episode. There are some things that John actually really wants to talk about. He wasn't prepared, and I said, people just want to know we're okay. So let's just jump on for a little bit, but we will be back with more soon.
I want to throw out this little teaser, by the way.
Okay.
We will. I want to do a full analysis of this situation at some point. I think we'll just touch on some of that tomorrow, but there will be Patreon episodes where I'm going to look at all the psychological and group dynamics involved. And I think this situation, what I will say here right now as a teaser is I really think a lot of this has to do with grief. And it has to do with loss. And what I mean by that.
What? A lot of it has to do with grief and loss? Huh? What now?
No, hell no.
I'm sorry, she's not the only person that's lost a loved one. Oh, what?
No, I know when to check out because I'm going to go there. Girl, I'm going to hop down and get my daughter's day food. But it was fun, y'all.
Thanks for coming up, Chico.
As always. I'll talk to you later, chick.
We didn't even get in much trouble.
I know. Well, we did get canceled because we didn't know who the true crime.
Oh, that's true. We got to do better. We need spreadsheets.
I know, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't know everybody on the planet, okay? So, but I'll see y'all in the chat in a minute.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh. Chico and I get in trouble a lot together.
It's something for our audience to chew on here, but
yeah, I guess so.
Almost all of this has to do with Daybell and the ending of Daybell.
That I agree with. And
as in the case concluding.
The case concluding, right? That this really starts at it's people were planning this months before, but it started the smear campaign actually started being executed. Maybe that's not the right term. I shouldn't use that term too much now.
True crime. Yeah.
The smear campaign became more salient to us, became better known to us around the time of Charles's trial, which was in
and Brandon's trial actually. No, Charles' trial. It started at Charles's trial.
Started at Charles, right?
And then it got worse at Brandon's.
It started at Charles. That was in April, right? So I think one of the things that happened is that you had a lot of people a lot of creators, competitors, employees that used to work for us that we let go, that had some anger towards you, some envy probably for a lot of.
I knew it. envy.
Reasons. We had grown quite a bit over the course of Daybell. Some of them had not. And so to many of them, this was their bread and butter.
Sir, are you joking right now?
You and I cover a lot of cases, so we weren't dependent upon Daybell. I mean,
really now?
We really we did a
We really
deep dive.
care.
We
We
cared
really
a lot
care.
about Daybell. We really threw our hearts and minds into Daybell.
Oh my gosh, the person a lot of you don't know who we reference with BJ, Brittany J, allegedly with Brittany J. She does the same thing. Everybody is jealous of her. We envy her. They're going to be famous. Her spouse says stuff like that. Like, well, even semi-famous people, it's a mess. But we've heard this same song and dance for so long from other creators. Betty does the same thing. It's all based on jealousy. They're just jealous.
But we weren't, we were anticipating the end of Daybell and beginning to transition to other cases. Right. And so, but I don't think that was the case for a lot of these creators that had invested everything in Daybell. And now here Daybell was coming to an end. And I think inevitably that meant that there had to be a certain amount of mourning. There's always a certain amount of grief when you're with something for 5 or 6 years and you put your heart and soul into it, and now it's ending. Like, how do you process those emotions?
Right.
How do you make sense of that? Right.
You shouldn't be processing those emotions. You should. Hey, Hank, you should have been reporting on this as a journalist. Hey, stop. Not emotionally invested. The facts matter. You shouldn't have to process all of this. The families are the ones that should be grieving and processing and finally taking their voices back and being at peace.
That's the question.
If there's any such thing.
Are you able to acknowledge that this is the end? Are you able to grieve that a little bit?
Right.
Are you able to transition from that to something else? And if you can't, then what happens? Right? What happened here, I believe, is that the very dynamics of Daybell, which was a small group of people coming together, labeling people as zombies, and then murdering
They call
them.
themselves the Seven Gatherers. Let's be honest.
They call themselves the Seven Gatherers, right? You turned out to be the zombie because of their inability to grieve. And so in that context, what's absolutely fascinating to me here is that the very dynamics that were in play that led to the murders of a number of people on Daybell, those dynamics were duplicating themselves with everything going on with you and us and the smear campaign, that we became the zombies because they couldn't grieve. They couldn't deal with the transition. They had to find anything to hurt you. They found private texts.
I mean, they were desperately looking. They were calling any person that they weren't calling people that they thought loved me. They were.
Oh my gosh, this is so cringeworthy right here. This part is the worst of it all. What? Sir, you're talking to your wife. Your wife seems to be the one holding on to dear life, pinning the victims and the people connected in those cases to make the public think that she has all their support in her 9 hour.
Calling any person that might have a reason to be angry at me.
Not only calling, they were doxing. They were scrubbing every corner of the internet. It's just
scrubbing every corner of the internet and doxing. How do you dox somebody who uses their credentials like she uses yours? Your name's all over the place. Her name, she wasn't a private citizen. What?
It's unbelievable. And for one purpose, and the one
purpose, I haven't seen any proof of anybody doxing her, not even remotely.
This was to ruin you because they were convinced you were evil. And by the way, if you think about it, like, and we'll get, I'm just scratching the surface here, but if you think about it, this is the literal definition of a witch hunt.
Yeah.
The same dynamics that went on in Salem, Massachusetts in the 16.
Okay, my BJ people and my people that have been around for a while. Some of the new people will not understand this. Who just did a video in semi-plane the gray area on BJ's behalf and aligned it with the Salem witch trials? Do you remember who did that? Do you remember a creator just recently coming out and comparing us going after or calling BJ out on her bullshit and tried to align that to the Salem witch trials? Sure was. It was chasing. Uh-huh. Yep. Isn't it ironic?
92, they're going on here. And we're going to talk more about that in a lot of depth. I'm rereading, by the way. I'm rereading The Crucible by Arthur Miller, which is his play that's based on the historical record from the Salem trials and the Salem witchcraft trials in 1692 and 1693.
Yeah.
I'm digging into this as much as I can.
Yeah, she sure did. They claim they don't like the dog pile on BJ. BJ has actively engaged in every single bit of the dog pile while aligning herself with people that dog pile. The lies that she's made up. I mean, I've been a child predator for like a year because of her and her fucking bullshit lies. Other people have been called chomos. I mean, pedophiles. Like the list goes on of the extensive lies. That's just lies, let alone her, BJ, I'm talking about, weaponizing a legal system to target and seek personal vendettas out using our courts, aligned with 9 other people. So there was 10 total in what she did to Granny. And then she escalated that behavior with Clue and Cletus. Yep. Same bullshit.
Can in terms of trying to really kind of capture some of the dynamics. And that's a big part of it. It's the dehumanization is a big part of this. And, but it starts with this. It starts with this failure to really see what's going on, to understand that something's coming to an end. That's been your bread and butter. It's been your entire identity. It's been your life for 5 years. Some of these people made a lot of money on this. And you, as you point out, you've always been a little different. You've kind of had your own style, right?
What has supported their lifestyle the last 6 years? Anybody want to take a guess? These cases. These cases have provided a very, very lavish lifestyle. I don't know many people besides these creators like this on YouTube that can afford to go get all of this filler and the maintenance on all of it and the wardrobes and they live pretty posh lifestyles off the backs of some horrific tragedies.
You're not conformist. You stood out. You're an easy target for this group. Also, the fact that we grew.
Excuse me, miss, I can absolutely take that back. Let's take it back a full minute. Just because I think that's an important piece. We'll take it back over a little over a minute.
This is the literal definition of a witch hunt.
Yeah.
The same dynamics that went on in Salem, Massachusetts in 1692, they're going on here.
Uh-huh.
And we're going to talk more about that in a lot of depth. And I'm rereading, by the way, The Crucible by Arthur Miller, which is his play that's based on the historical record from the Salem trials and the Salem witchcraft trials in 1692 and 1693. I'm digging into this as much as I can in terms of trying to really kind of capture some of the dynamics. And, that's a big part of it. It's the dehumanization is a big part of this. And, but it starts with this. It starts with this failure to really see what's going on, to understand that something's coming to an end. That's been your bread and butter. It's been your entire identity. It's been your life For 5 years, some of these people made a lot of money on this. And you, as you point out, you've always been a little different. You've kind of had your own style, right? You're not conformist. You stood out. You're an easy target for this group. Also, the fact that we grew a lot and some of them didn't, obviously there's probably some envy, right? But
this is absolutely wild to hear the words coming out of his mouth. And she's just sitting there like, oh, that describes me.
But I think the problem here is the lack of insight, the lack of self-awareness of what they're feeling and how to process that and how not to scapegoat someone for that.
Yeah. And in her declaration, she has to point out that I don't like to conform.
Right.
It really is fascinating. But like, out of all of the things she says, Matthias describes how she does not like conformity. And for that reason, many people do not like her. And then she goes, see? And I'm like, yeah, and we're saying, see? We're saying that. And you're saying that. And yes. That, I mean,
That's
it's
exactly
fascinating
right.
because we literally were on that Patreon, even though we couldn't share what was going on. This is what John and I were talking about because of what was happening. Thus, we were talking about how I don't like to conform. And that because of that, many people might not like that. And that's what they found. That Patreon episode and pulled it to put in our declaration. That's their issue.
Conformity, by the way,
So I'm a witch.
Conformity is the essence
Same shot
of the Salem witch trials. For those who don't know the Salem witch trials, essentially it begins with a group of young girls and females dancing in the woods. And because they're dancing in the woods and they're young, they're trying to let loose a little bit. But you don't do that in Salem, Massachusetts in 1692 if you're going to fit into the community, right? So
I swear to God, it was like they took Chasing's video about the Salem witch trials, BJ's reaction to it, and here we have Jay. It is a mind fuck.
They were just letting go and having some fun, like teenagers going to parties or whatever teenagers do, right? And so absolutely, that was the issue.
And I'm not saying that I think they actually did that. I'm just saying it's very similar. Like Chasing did a video about the Salem witch trials and how, we were all going after BJ and calling her out. And then BJ was like, yeah, poor me. I'm persecuted. This is the same rhetoric.
The witch is the definition of a nonconformist, because a conformist would abide by the morals of the community, which back then in 1692, there's only one set of morals in the community, and those are Christian morals, right? So those are biblical morals. And so if you don't, and a witch by definition is the opposite of Christian morality.
Right.
Right. A witch would be associated with demons and zombies and the devil. So, so by definition, a witch is a nonconformist, and that's exactly what they're saying. So you in many ways, that's exactly what. Like, I know it's a cliche now to say this is a witch hunt, but this was a witch hunt.
Isn't this strange?
By every definition of witch hunt, and we'll talk more about that. But I think
how is it a witch hunt? She has proven none of this stuff was even. I mean, some bad poopy words and a few TikToks that didn't make her look like her shining, amazing self, because she's kind of a shitty person that does shitty things. Okay, and
so that combination of Daybell ending, the grieving, the inability to see that, the need for a scapegoat, all of that, I think, kind of leads to this moment. It leads to stalking. It leads to groupthink, right? It leads to the mob mentality. All of this is connected. And all you have to do, by the way, is there's so many famous experiments in psychology. One of my favorite experiments of all time is the Ash experiment, Solomon Ash experiments, where he basically shows a group of people different lines, and they have different lengths. And it's clear that some of the lines are longer than other ones, right? But there's Confederates in the group. And he gets the Confederates to say the lines that are longer are shorter, right? And they're like, well, those lines are clearly shorter, and they're not, right? And so people in the room are confused.
Question. Here's the thing. Now I have to ask this, but could she be creating and concocting things because they're not together very often? You would think because of his credentials, again, that she relies so heavily on, that he would be looking into this more on his own and figuring it out. But could this be another example of her only telling him certain things and feeding him certain pieces of information, so he only gets what she wants him to get out of it and escalates his behavior with what she shows and tells him, like we've watched BJ do with Craig? Could she be weaponizing him by only feeding him certain things? He's not around. She's gone 99% of the time.
And people in the room are like, wait a minute, those look longer. And people are like, no, they're shorter, right? And so what happens? What happens in the group? The people who think the lines are longer are convinced by the other members that the lines are shorter, right? You can take something as simple as that.
I agree.
And you can convince a group to believe whatever the hell.
I believe people like Lauren, BJ, Betty are dangerous. They're dangerous to victims. They're dangerous to the justice system. They're dangerous to our courts, which is the justice system overall. But I believe that these are the type of people who will use the courts. I mean, they're telling you who they are. You don't get much more dangerous than that, than lying to police officers and in court documents. You don't get much more dangerous, and then turning around and claiming that you are reporting on these horrific crimes and these people's worst days when they actually have been, a lot of them, done wrong by the justice system, if they've ever even gotten justice. I mean, these are, when you are at this level of delusional thinking and lies, you are dangerous.
The most persuasive members of that group believe.
It's fascinating because I've even said to you, like,
and yes, that comes from a girl that doesn't even have a traffic ticket. I've had one warning. I laughed hysterically because it was a new stop sign that was just put in when I lived in Utah. And the only reason I laughed was because the cop was laughing. And I knew it was going to happen. There was 4 cops. That's all I've ever had. But I'm not afraid of law enforcement, but I respect authority. So lying to cops, we've seen BJ lie to cops. We've seen Lauren now in her police reports lie to cops. We've watched them lie in court documents to try and seek revenge on people. Like, this is a dangerous type of person. I could never. I don't like courts.
There's one of them, I'm like, I was always nice to her. She was always nice to me. I don't know what I did. I would have never thought she'd do this. I don't get it.
Agreed.
And you're always like, groupthink. Groupthink.
She was convinced, again, it's the Ash experiment. She was convinced that the line was a different length than
I don't know.
She couldn't see the line for what it was because she was buying into what the group was selling her. She was persuaded by the group. And again, conformity.
And it shows how people will see things the way the group sees them rather than through evidence.
Ma'am, what? Oh my. They pretend that they do, Velvet. They pretend, they say that they're law and order. They claim that they are law and order, that they are all for back the blue. But then they lie to law enforcement. They use law enforcement in their games. Mm-mm.
I actually pointed that out on the live show. I said, if you see some.
Well, I've heard many people speculate that there might be some infidelity issues here. Now, I have no proof of that, but if that's the case, chances are there's a lot she's probably been misleading him about.
Something, I go, stand up. I said, all those people that were group bullying that just didn't do anything.
This is the day after that 9-hour stream, October 16th.
And didn't stand up and say no.
Yep.
Like, what did this person do?
Right. There's absolutely no attempt at like journalistic integrity here or journalistic verification, right? Like,
excuse me, sir, your wife got on here in 9 hours used the term stalk in different variations 440 times. Talk about journalistic integrity. Talk about evidence. Talk about facts. She showed none.
There's so many things. That's another part of the Salem witch trials, by the way. The reason why 19 witches were executed in Salem, Massachusetts in 1692 largely was because the courts had already reached a conclusion. The courts, there was no, whatever evidence was presented didn't matter. The courts already believed that the victims were witches, and so that it was foreordained that they.
Oh my God, no! I forgot that he tried justifying it this way. Oh my God, the court, yep. Just like BJ has been saying that her whole entire town was the reason her ROs, her no contact orders didn't get granted because her entire town is so fucked up. People at the court didn't know what they were doing. They misled her. They misrepresented what was going on. It was their fault. Now here, this guy is going to say, oh.
Right, like it's.
Seriously?
There's so many things. That's another part of the Salem witch trials, by the way. The reason why 19 witches were executed in Salem, Massachusetts in 1692 largely was because the courts had already reached a conclusion. The courts, there was no, whatever evidence was presented didn't matter. The courts already believed that the victims were witches, and so that the
victims were witches. So basically he's trying to allude to the court saw Lauren as the witch, even though they'd seen all their proof. She, the victim, was a witch.
It was foreordained that they were going to be convicted and executed, and once.
What a drastic approach.
They were labeled as witches.
Speaking about people being executed, and then Lauren's little fabricated drama session.
There was no amount of evidence that could convince anyone that they weren't.
Right.
And so you had in that courtroom in Salem, Massachusetts, you had an extreme instance of confirmation bias, right? And it's the job of the court system to try to dispute confirmation bias, right? Like that's the whole point of the judicial system.
A lot.
That's the whole point. Is to
present multiple perspectives and to weigh the evidence and to go with the evidence that's not confirming your biasness.
Likely bite my bits because you've said a lot of shit about a lot of people and she can't remember what all is out there.
Necessarily.
Right.
But sadly, these days, judges, I think, it doesn't really matter. Judges don't care about evidence as much, and judges are going to go with their biases.
Now the judge is biased. Now the judge, sir, she withdrew her complaint because she wasn't granted a continuance because Lauren couldn't have it her way because the courts have other things on their schedule that are important to do. What are you doing? This is unfucking real.
Well, they can. Let's just say
they can. Well, and I'll never know what our judge is going to do because
I just am waiting for her to get on here and say she's persecuted just like BJ. That'll be next.
Yeah, because we didn't get that far.
Yeah.
But all of this, I think, all of these.
The 17th of October, they were supposed to do another segment and discuss all of this. I guess that's why Duty Ron and the other, what's her name? Trisha from Web Sleuths became so important to do damage control on their behalf.
These are tidbits that factor into this whole scenario we're dealing with.
Well, I have to get ready to come home and see you.
Yep, they wouldn't clear the courtroom for her.
So I love you.
She's got to get ready to go home to see Dr. Babe.
Okay, I love you too. Hope you're doing okay. Get some sleep tonight if you can.
Will do. Thank you for sharing that. Love you so much.
Okay, I
And
love you
can't
too.
wait to come home to my husband so I can go.
I mean, she really threw Dr. John under the bus, if you think about it, because she's claiming that their 8-year-old is having things, really severely going on in his life. So if that's the case, she's not acknowledging it could be from her traveling all the time, her not being home, him missing her. She's going right to it's because of these other women in this whisper campaign that it's having such a negative impact on their child. But she's mentioning things like malnourished. He's in the care of Dr. John. So at that point in time, if he is malnourished, was that a slight and intentional to try and throw Dr. John under the bus?
Conform to what you want in a housewife.
Hey, Lori, thank you.
And cook you a big meal.
I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. I mean, the conformity part or the meal part for that matter, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. Just know that we're going to be leaving more
She must not cook either.
lights on in the bathrooms because our son is like apparently petrified to go to the back of our house now.
Oh,
But-
well, also because I forget to turn off the lights, which drives you crazy.
That's true.
Jared.
You do. Maybe that's why he's so afraid because I turn the lights off.
They are using, just like in BJ's situation, she uses her own children, fear mongers, uses her own children, their well-being.
In the back, and you don't. He's like, Dad, if Mom was here, the lights would be on all over throughout the house. It would be like a Christmas show, and throughout the.
Well, I can't wait to come and give you guys big hugs and
Yeah.
and
Yep,
cook you that traditional meal that you will demand.
We're looking forward to
Just
it,
kidding.
and we're proud of you for your courage and for telling our story and for telling it so boldly. Thank you.
I love
This just feels so
you
disconnected.
so much. Babe.
Okay, I love you too.
I mean, you know what Kyle would be doing? Kyle would be telling me to get my shit together. Kyle would be telling me, get my shit together. You guys want to watch a little bit of the beginning? I skipped over this. You guys want to see the beginning of this? It's not as cringe in the beginning. Gross.
Yeah, I was trying to put it in perspective, by the way.
I skipped like the first 15 minutes. I'll give you guys that.
Um,
And then we'll be done.
so you like
So I think we've well enough established over the last few days that she was so distraught. Her relationships were being ruined. Meanwhile, we know that she had been invited to go on many other podcasts and made appearances. The Mormon Stories podcast, Mormon Discussions podcast, and now Kathy's show. She went on all 3 of those while being threatened and scared for her life. I think the intent of it from Lauren's side, though, which I'm going on a limb to say this at this point, was the agenda was to collect evidence and put more people in her drama sphere that she had going on. We have no idea who was actually reaching out to them at this point in time. It could be Lauren Grayson or anybody in her camp reaching out to these people themselves behind alts. We have no idea who's behind any of that stuff. We know that Lauren withdrew the complaint. We know that they've been concocting all of these different scenarios and putting themselves in the very places for these altercations, interactions to potentially happen. And she's shown no proof. But I think we all have seen very much the intent here by her.
You and I have been on the sets of some documentaries. You know, when I did Sins of Our Mother, even though I was in the actual film not that long.
Kyle would have disconnected our fucking internet. But again, I guess, I mean, shit, couple months into me having a YouTube channel, the custody of my nieces I was being threatened with. I was getting threatened with putting my family on the dark web. I showed it all and was like, fuck, here you go. Did I file a couple of police reports? I had Bullhorn Betty call and threaten me on the phone. Like, I had crazy shit going on. But at the same time, I documented and just kept on moving. Never, no, I can't even imagine doing this shit.
They spent hours doing interviews with me, and the second follow-up interview, I think I was on
a premiere tonight. Let me look. Oh, yep. We respond. Video dropping. The price of truth. We speak out after 9-hour live. Lauren and Dr. John. Okay. Well, we'll hurry up and Jay, are you going to restream it on Kick? Bite my bits. This is what they do. Yes, ma'am. I was just hoping. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I gotcha. Hold on. Let me go get your Kick. Let me play this while I get Jay's Kick. Jay's going to restream it on Kick so we can watch together and discuss.
On the set for like 8 hours or something, maybe 9 hours. But it wasn't continuous.
I was hoping you would.
Right. So like, I mean, I'm trying to put in perspective 9 continuous hours of a show. So I would do a couple hours. There was a break, right? We had lunch. Like it was not like I showed up to the set. And I mean, I did record a lot, but I was trying to imagine what that would be like, you know. And
Mika, start screaming at me next time. I'm sorry. I didn't know that you wanted a link to. Do you still want one? I'm sorry.
And you know, 2 hours straight is pretty strenuous, but 9 is unbelievable. And so congratulations. That was really a
hidden true crime record.
Yeah, that was
and I think it's gonna be our forever record because, like I said,
yeah.
I didn't set out to do a 9-hour live either. Like if I knew it was gonna be 9 hours, I might have waited to the next day. We just
and then the other thing I was thinking about to put it in perspective, and I'm gonna you know, forgive me for saying for bringing this up, but I thought about, so remember the astronaut that like traveled.
Remember that? Not the best.
Remember the astronaut that traveled to Florida and like the Depends?
I can't ship you or redirect you right to Kick when this is over, but we're going to post the link to Jay's Kick. You do not have to be a sub, a member, anything. I don't even think you have to join to watch on Kick, but Jay does great restreaming on Kick. So she will be restreaming the premiere in real time so we can watch together. And then at a later time, we will discuss it. Jay also has part 2 of the reading of the documents scheduled for tomorrow. So I encourage you to please go turn your notifications on and make sure you are there. It'll be at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is, I think, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
That was like 11 hours.
That was to murder someone, I think.
No,
so
Kick is another app. It's another restreaming app. I don't know a whole lot about it, Schoolie. I joined it just to follow Jay.
Well, she didn't end up succeeding at that, but like I'm just saying, in terms of like events where human beings are like they're really focused on something.
Really focused on something.
For long periods of time, right? She was focused on
the link we're posting in the chat should send you directly to Jay's, and then when she's live, it'll have a red circle around her name. You just push that button. I don't even think you have to be like a member of Kick to watch. If you want to converse and talk, I think you have to, but it's super simple.
Getting to Florida to murder someone, but like
similar to Twitch.
You know, I was thinking about like her, and not because it's a similar analogy,
right. But it starts in 29 minutes at 6:30. So we're gonna just finish out this like 10 minutes and then we will head to kick.
Just in terms of like the stamina and like, you know,
the stamina,
You
right?
don't have to be
The
a member to watch.
depends and like the food, right? Like she had to like even she had to stop at some convenience marts.
And again, if you want to show solidarity and stand against these people, I am not a fan of cancel culture. I will say that, like, I don't report channels. I don't tell people to unsub. Again, you're grown adults. You're going to do what you wish. But one way of standing in solidarity against people, true crime creators or creators of any sort, doing things like this and weaponizing our systems and harming victims and their families, is to not give them your engagement. So I encourage you to watch through other places. There will be many of us that restream the content, meaning we will go over the videos at a later date and break them down. Jay's going to stream it while it goes so we can openly discuss it in the chat. And then many of us will do that too. One way of standing against shit like this is stop giving them your view and stop engaging with them. But that's a personal decision for each and every one of you. But a lot of times you got to show people what their type of bullshit does, and taking their views away from it and saying, no, we're not there for that, hits them in the pocketbook and they'll just come out with another story.
Not to go to the bathroom because she was wearing Depends, right? But like she had to stop for like energy bars, right? And so like,
you don't have to you don't have to be a paying member, Elizabeth. You don't have to be a paying member to chat on Kick. That I do know. You do not have to be a paying member to chat on Kick.
Yeah, if
you just follow, and then I think you're allowed to chat.
I hadn't had used the restroom during my 9-hour live. I did take one restroom break. You guys might suspect that, I was wearing Depends. Luckily,
I think your own spouse expected that you were wearing Depends. I think that's what the whole story was about right there.
I didn't put on Depends, and I said, hey, I actually have to use the restroom.
She claimed she wasn't, but he was pretty confident that she was wearing a Depends. He was telling all sorts of stories about it.
Done here. So Grace, why don't you play one more body cam? I'm taking off.
Okay,
so
right.
I skipped the Depends.
I mean, can I ask this? Okay. This is, I hate even asking this, but are these people getting that crazy that when they go stand in line for these trials that they're putting Depends on and stuff so they don't have to go to the bathroom so they can stand in line?
Yes.
You really think they are?
Oh, 100%.
Really?
Yeah. There's a lady I
That's
follow on
fucking
TikTok
weird,
that wears
sis.
diapers when she's on her period.
Okay, well now that's just weird. Go away with that stuff.
Yeah.
That's my 23-year-old. If you're new here, that's Kenzie. We don't ask Kenzie for advice much.
The focus, and there was a focus.
That's
I knew
weird.
I was gonna have to do it. And let me clarify. When I keep saying I didn't know it was gonna be 9 hours, I did know that I was gonna go through everything. Like I knew it's still here. It's still sitting here. I knew I was going to go through everything. I just didn't know that going through everything, we had it all, right? But I didn't have a script, so I just had it all. And I just knew I had to get through all the evidence. I had to tell the whole story. If I was going to do this, I was going to half-ass it. Now
we do not ask Kenzie for much advice or for her input because that's what you usually get from her. Somebody on TikTok. No thanks, sis. Thanks, we're good.
People know I don't have to.
We usually don't let her out from underneath the stairs very much, but here we be.
Cleanest mouth either. They learned that in that live.
Oh yeah.
You don't know that. You haven't watched it, my dear sweet husband. What I mean is, I showed.
Yeah, I haven't.
Kathleen, I can talk for hours.
Yeah,
I haven't watched it. I of course was getting updates real time, but it's just this has been so painful. This whole thing has just been so painful. And my blood pressure has been like through the roof. And I went to see the doctor a few weeks ago, and he's like, I'm taking medication for blood pressure, and he's like, I don't know what's going on with you. Like, you got to get your blood pressure down, right? I'm like, I'm trying,
Oh, he was previously on blood pressure medication from the sounds of it. Again, high blood pressure can be all sorts of different factors, stress, but it sounds like you have a lot more going on in your world than this. and it seems like the one sitting next to you might be causing a lot of that.
No, that's right.
Hi, babe.
I just to deal with that. I think it's been so stressful, just to deal with any of this, that like people know that, I mean, I talk about when we do shows or when we do documentaries or anything, like I basically throw myself into it completely. And then I don't want to watch it. I don't want to think about it. Like, I just want to be done. Like, I do my best and I don't want to critique myself afterwards. Right. And so like, I will watch it eventually. So, but
Will you?
it's just,
I mean,
I think, yeah, I don't right now.
You hadn't even seen this.
Now it's too.
I don't, yeah, no. And when I say really, I say like, oh, are you sure? I'm like, really? Because
Yeah, I will when I get some distance.
I don't want
from
you
it.
to be re-traumatized. Like, it's just the whole thing
Re-traumatized by you sharing your family's BS.
is so traumatizing, and watching me is going to
Right.
be traumatizing for you. But you knew what I was doing. He knew what I was preparing with, and he knew that
Yeah.
Grace was helping. And by the way, let me explain, everybody. Like, I still haven't gone home. I'm with my mother who's on hospice. I'm going to see really soon. And John and I decided to jump on because I haven't been on since I did the 9-hour live. And just to tell you guys how I'm doing, people have asked me to come on. I've had media reaching out.
She's had media reaching out to her. Oh, Lord.
And I just haven't. I just need to take a break. I don't know night from day right now. I'm sleeping. I'm being with my mother. Grayson, our producer, appeared on Web Sleuths earlier. She's not here. I wasn't here when she appeared. That had nothing to do with us, by the way. She did not speak for me or for Hidden True Crime, but this has affected Grayson a lot too. And
so let me be clear too. I think this was filmed on the 16th, like right after she did the 9-hour, but it was just released, I think, the 18th. I think it was released the 18th. Is that right? I think it was released a day and a half after. Yeah, I don't know.
She was going to be a witness, and she had a declaration.
But I'm pretty sure it was filmed right after
In this, and so,
And speaking,
she decided to go on a show, and I said she could do that. Just as long as
I said she could do that.
She deserved that. We've been so worried about her. You guys have been so worried.
She's been a part of your production for 6 months.
The coughing's beginning. People pointed that out on the live. They were like, oh, this is when your coughing started. I did get through the 9-hour live without coughing, but here it goes again. So everyone can know now what it is. So
yeah, the coughing is tied to stress. And you've been on Mormon Stories, you talked about the fact that you have MS, multiple sclerosis, and there have been, in my opinion, you have appointments coming up with neurologists. There have been flare-ups of your MS. It's gotten worse because of this.
Okay, we saw this part. All right. I think we've seen enough of that. Now we've seen from the front to the back, from back to the front. I don't buy this shit. I'm sorry. Again, if she's got MS, I'm sorry that you have MS, but we're not going to play that off and say that MS is the reason for the way she's behaving or her actions or anything, because I know a lot of people with MS and they deal with a lot. So there's that. I appreciate you all joining me today. It was another longer stream, but there's just so many pieces to this that are important. I know it might not feel important, but I think understanding the entire lengths that she went to kind of set this whole production up. We did find one good thing out of today, though. We found Kathy. I think Kathy seems to be great. So in the big scheme of things, we found one creator that seems to be very, very sweet and fun. That was the highlight of today. I'm trying to think of anything else, but the more we listen to them, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yep. I think she has diabetes too. The more I watch this, the more and I thought about doing a back-to-back. So I'm still working on my pre-record a year of the Rico for the BJ. I was hoping to get it done by the end of the month. I still might pull it out, but there's just a lot of editing that's going into it and clips, gathering clips. But I think I want to also do a comparison of BJ saying certain things and Lauren and John saying certain things, the similarities, and I might even get Froggy and put Betty in there too. But I think people can relate to certain people. Like BJ is messy. She's messy. Lauren is more polished, and people have a hard time and they're like, well, I just don't care. Or, she is more entitled of sorts. So people are like, yeah, no, which I get. But when you sit back and look at these people, the danger and the damage that they are doing and the following that she has, the bigger the following, the more reach these people have and the further problems that they create. Absolutely, Rhiannon. Yep. Playbook. Yep. Absolutely. I agree. Okay. We are, just for everybody that just came in or is popping around, we are going to Kick now to watch with Jay. Jay is going to restream their premiere. So you won't miss a beat. You don't have to, like I said, you don't have to be a subscriber or paying subscriber to come over there and watch with us. If you want to chat, you can do that for free. You just sign up. Super easy. Jay is going to restream so we can watch it together. And then, like I said, many of us creators will be reviewing and dissecting the entire live stream that they have up. One thing I want to remind you guys is we are, I am notorious for documenting. So I go through and download and save. So if they delete, I don't know if she's a dirty deleter or not. We've dealt with that. We have creators that we review that wipe their entire channels from their, like, entire content, millions of views from their channels to get in front of something. So do not feel like you're going to miss out on it. Somebody will have it, but Jay is going to actively restream it on Kick. So please join us on Kick. Pika just posted the link right there. It's directly to Jay's channel. So you will be able to follow it. And then, like I said, join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 11 Eastern Standard Time over on Every Day with Jay. She will be doing the second part of the court document read through. And then I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow, depending on what the family's up to, but I might do a Lauren Ballard crash out. And then Krusha, I think at this point in time, still plans on going live on Sunday. And I'm super excited because another good thing that came out of today is Krusha agreed to do the Ballard crash out with me, or one of the Ballard crash outs with me. So you can't find the link right there. Pika's dropping it. Amy C. For Kick. We are notorious for documenting, though. We share amongst ourselves too. Like, it's about awareness. It's not about breaking news. It's about being factual and bringing awareness to the danger that these people present to these platforms. Oh, she's on now? She's on now? Okay. Let me see. Her channel is in my community post too. Oh my God, her chat is on. This is wild to me. Difficult Research is Krusha. And if you want to go join her, let me put her link in the chat. It's on my community wall too. Let me find her really quick before I shoot you out of here. I'll put hers in the, yep, there she is. She's talking about, oh, thank you, Pika. I think she's planning on doing Sunday. Let me see. Does she have it scheduled yet? She doesn't have it scheduled yet. What she's covering right now is live Daybell restitution decision today. What will Lori owe Kay? So, like I said, Kay is her mom. Kay is Krusha's mom. Yeah, it's a wild world out here. Okay. Again, thank you all for hanging out with me. To my mods, thank you for hanging out with me on and off through the day. Chico, thank you for joining me for a while. Krusha's great, WNC. She she said all along, like, what happened to her family and the exploitation and stuff that was happening to her family was problematic. And there was nothing that she could do to stop it. There was nothing that she could do to stop any of this, or, you know, who was getting involved with her family. Like, she had no control over that. Oh, Claire, I'm sure she knows what's going on, but okay, go take a stretch, get your snacks, and I'll meet you guys at Jay's, and we will start this in 15 minutes. Jay will probably come on a little bit early. So I will see you guys there. Is she? Yeah. Yeah. She's going to have a lot to. I knew she would do her research, though, because there's one thing about Kresha is she likes to research. Scorpion, she should be starting anytime now. It starts at 6:30. So usually Jay starts a few minutes early. She might start within, I would say, the 5-minute window. Yeah, I do too. Pistol Amy, I appreciate you guys. All right, I'm out. Have a great night, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning. If I don't see you soon, well, I'll see you at Jay's. I'll see you at Jay's in a little bit. You don't see an upcoming stream, Scorpion? Let me look. I don't want to leave you guys hanging. I don't know. I don't stream on any other apps, so I'm not as familiar with this shit. But let me find Jay. It'll pop up. You see under home. Oh. What kind of content? Bite my bits. If you see this, an asshole with a YouTube channel. Bite my bits said, what? There she is. Bite my bit says, what kind of channel is nonsense? An asshole? Okay, bye. I'll see it. It's the chat's going live. She is like, we don't know what I am. Okay, I'm just an asshole. All right, bye, guys. Incognito, it finally popped up. The chat's up. All right, see you guys over there. Bye.